Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, 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 Moorish America, want to rise upon the 7 within the circle of justice, mercy, love, and right, and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to His holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything. And I mean everything our holy prophet and ancestors brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another late night library session. I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahidi Moneyamo Hadi Shabazel. And my ancient committee and high name being the same as Dr. Shedawah Mintiel Muhammad Shepsewell. And y'all already know we picking up where we left off at last night. You know, I told you we're going to keep them coming, family. You know, we dealing with the Book of Fire. And we dealing with what is the duty of a prophet. That's our subject title for tonight. What is the duty of a prophet? We already laid foundation and gave people the basis, you know, on what qualifies one as being a prophet. So we see that our beloved brother, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, is looking way more than familiar. And so now we can go into the actual duty of what a prophet is. So be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe. You know, if you haven't been here before, you know, make sure you can get here because we universal with it when we demonstrate. We just giving our people insight and background on who Prophet Noble Drew Ali is. But make no mistake about it. You know, our library is very extensive. You know, and every other lesson tie into every other lesson, so to speak, that come with a blessing. You know, that's what we demonstrating over here, things that can strengthen us as a people. So I want to give honors to our family that hung in with us last night. We're going to stand on the business again and give our people the truth. So without further ado or delay, y'all already know we go into the Book of Fire. I want to give honors to Born Dog. I want to give honors to Cena Renee, Israel. Honors to you. Praise be to Allah. And like I said, be sure to share this demonstration. Put it out there, you know, so that our people can see it and so that they too can tune in. what I'm gonna do real quick. Let me 1 second right here, family. Okay, we bite, family. We bite. I'm just trying to get this thing. Hold up. I done mess around and open up one of my. Okay, there we go. So I'm just trying to right now post our live out here on a different platform, doing a little different this time, and so that our people can tune in. So we're gonna post it there. We're gonna post in another area too, and that way we can make sure, you know, we exhausted all our means, so to speak. Let me see here. I just want to do a little post real quick. And once I do this right here, family, you already know we going in. Okay. Let's see here. A little bit more. Okay, we're gonna put this here too here. Okay. I'm just trying to get here where I can actually okay, because we want to make sure that everybody can get a drawing. I'm trying to put a post out here. Not sure how to do it on here. I don't really do it on here that much. We'll go back over here, and then we're gonna do our screen sharing in a minute, family. So y'all already know. Okay. Well, I guess I got to do that right there. Okay. Let's see what happened here. I don't know what they do. They going everywhere other than where I want them to go. So well, all is well. We'll just hit this other little drawing over here, and then we'll bring everything to the manifest so we can get started. Okay, I'm gonna switch this account, go over here, and I'm gonna post here. I'm just trying to make sure that we get some real outreach, family. You know, everywhere that we can, you know, to reach the people, so to speak. So Lord's leading on and victory is sure. We're gonna shut that demonstration down right there, and we're gonna actually open up. Yeah, so yeah, it was indeed a grand drawing last night, and hopefully tonight we can give our family some insight as well. So y'all be sure to share this video. And what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna open up. I'm gonna share the screen, and we're gonna pick up where we left off last night. Since now everybody know, you know, the position of our beloved brother Noble Drew Ali, Prophet Noble Drew Ali. You know, we're gonna take our family down through there and up through there, so to speak. You see? So it's gonna be a grand drawing, family. I'm trying to get up here Now, okay, there we go, right there. This is where we're going to start at, family. Let me make sure everything is sharing. Okay, yeah, it is. Again, honors to our family creator of the boundless universe. Welcome, family. Welcome. We're going to pick up where we left off at. So let's start. Let us begin. What is the duty of a prophet? The illustrious noble Drew Ali, he taught the Moorish the utmost duty of a prophet is to save nations from the wrath of Allah. This is the duty of a prophet. In other words, the Most High sent divine warners so that man may not have any excuse and be able to say that he can do nothing wrong because he didn't know no better. You know, justice is a reward and penalty after one has received a foundation in the law, you know, of knowing right from wrong. You know, so basically that's what that is saying, family. So we had to have one that was sent to us in order for the Most High to be just. It would be unjust, you know, for us to be chastised and punished and not have a chance or opportunity to mend our ways. You see what I'm saying? Make no mistake about it. So the utmost duty of a prophet is to save nations from the wrath of Allah. You know, so when you go into the Old Testament and you hear about Moses, you know, and all of the other prophets that came, they all had the same purpose. Even though their people were in different situations, they had different conditions that they had to raise their people out of. You know, their purpose universally was to uplift fallen humanity and save their nation or save the nations from the wrath of the Most High. You see? And this is what was being demonstrated with us, so we would have to have that same option. So it says their mission is to travel from a birth center of the fallen nation of their birth to the outer bounds of the human family. That the ex-slaves are in fact a single nation of people bearing one free national name. Y'all already know that one free national name is Moorish American. And Noble Drew Ali is Allah's prophet born among them, is the most socially challenged event in the young history of the United States. The reason the great prophethood of Ali has received such tight-fisted recognition is because the people he was born under are not known as a nation. You know, we're going to feature something in here too, family, you know, because we got to expose, you know, this particular individual out here that's been trying to attack our Moorish kin, you know, and attack the government. Y'all already know it's always one or two of them. You know, we want to just bring this to your opinion and we want to correct some of this falsehood that we had one put out here. This is one that has no knowledge, you know, of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And we're going to go all the way in, and we're going in on all fronts because we done already put this one under the radar, you know, and so, you know, we definitely got to put this out here and let it be known. Want to give honor to, you know, our special Mufti Corps, you know, Swift Angels, Divine Minister, Prophet Noble Drew Ali say he got detectives everywhere. Y'all seen it last night. So we got something y'all already know. We finna heat it up. You know, we got somebody out here spreading propaganda and falsehood, and we want to call them out as the agent provocateur they are. Wrong thing you can do is ever come up under my radar. But once you come up under my radar, you know, I'm gonna expose you. You see, if you'd have been quiet, you know, and kept doing what you're doing, you know, you might have got away with what you was trying to do. But now we got to expose you to the world. You see, this is what you earn. So anyway, a prophet's duty is also to warn those whose faith is weakened from oppression. Take notes. And doubt. And those who are unbelievers. Surah 6, Ayat 48. Prophets warn the rebellious of the wrath of Allah, assured to come. They are born amongst the people they are to warn of the destruction of their cities and inhabitants. Surah 6, Ayat 130, due to their enslavement, sin, and jinn. To proclaim Negro, Black, or colored NBC as national identities is a sin before Allah and a crime against the human family. To have any god, drugs, money, desire, or vanity before Allah, the great God, is a sin. The old Africans have taught this grand principle of action for over 10,000 years. This was nearly 2 millenniums before Moses used it as the first of his 10 commandments. See religious controversy. Noble Drew Ali warned the Moors of this and of the assured penalties which wait in the aftermath of its violation. No one else so loved the Moors to give him or her this saving power except their illustrious prophet. Moors, as a freshly freed people, have very little faith in their own potential, high ideals, or godliness. In fact, there are a few old Moors unwilling to support and patronize the book of Noble Drew Ali, although it fulfills the divine and national works of our holy prophet. It is the wretchedness of this sluggish will that produces doubt. And you're going to see this in a minute too. We're going to give you a prime example when we expose this corporate that we talking about. It says, how can they be expected to produce the greatness which sleeps within them? Prophet Isa, Yehoshua said, the truth shall make them free. Notice it says, the truth shall make them free, make you free yourself. Yet Moors have undergone such a beatdown until they don't believe they are worth saving or that they do have their own prophet. Noble Drew Ali had to be either insane or ordained to make the proclamatory statements before the Islamic world, such as, I am Allah's prophet. I am ordained by Allah. I am the last prophet in these days. I, the prophet. I, your prophet. I am an angel of Allah sent to bring you, fallen humanity, the everlasting gospel of Allah. I, your prophet, was sent to save you Moors. You see? It says, I, your prophet, was sent to save you Moors. There has not been a Muslim or a group of Muslims prior to the advent of Noble Drew Ali to claim our true status of Moorish Americans as a people. No one since has taught us our nationality or the higher degrees of Islam, the world's first religious creed that are encompassed with the Circle 7, which is the book of the 7 seals. Prophets are also angels and are used to carry messages to the 4 corners of the earth and to all nations. Noble Drew Ali was prophesied as an angel in the book of Revelations 10, or the 10th chapter. In the sacred scrolls of the ancient temple of Tibet and provided for by Allah's care throughout the Holy Quran through Muhammad. To some, he may appear to be insane or possessed, but only by those unknowledgeable to universal and divine laws, ordained by Allah, yes, and sanctioned by man in authority to know the difference. By the age of 27, this American-born prophet had been acknowledged as Allah's prophet by the ruling heads of Mecca to be the archangel and the first to be authorized to bring Islam into the West. He had become an Egyptian adept master. Drew Ali had sat in the same ancient halls where Mengski of China and Vidyapati Ji of India, Gabriel, the Commission adept, had received their sacred scrolls of self-mastery and God attainment. When considering the NBC people he came to save, Noble Drew Ali is clearly the apotheosis of all prophets of all times. But the poor souls of his hidden nation were buried so deep into the bowels of self-hatred, they could no longer recognize their strength and worthiness, which lay divinely inherent within themselves. They equated their holy prophet with the fleecing practices of another Western preacher. Very important to understand this. We already laid it down, so our family got a foundation. They know exactly where we coming from. We made it plain. So we don't have to go any further. What's understood need not be explained, so to speak. But we're gonna say it anyway for the ones, loud for the ones back there, in the room, so to speak, that can't hear us. So this brings us back to this measure, Muhammad, the seal of the prophets. We talked about this last night, and I give honors, to those who have eyes to see, ears to hear, and a heart to sympathize and empathize with the truth. Because the truth is the only thing that changes not, family. No truth contradicts another truth. So let's go into this particular measure dealing with Muhammad, the seal of the prophets. And after we go into this, we're going to expose some things because our people most definitely need to hear this. We always just doing our thing teaching, man. And for some reason, people, they love to try to stir up the ethers. But that's all good and well, too. We got something for that tonight. We're going to make it plain. And it's going to be made plain for everybody, and what they do with the truth after this is on them. So here, Muhammad, the seal of the prophets. We understand what the duty of a prophet. Now let's go into this. Muhammad is the seal of the line of prophets that brought Islam into the nations of fallen humanity. The very last revelation from Allah to Muhammad was Surah 5, Ayat 3. This day I have perfected your religion for you and completed my favor upon you and have chosen for you Islam as your religion. We must understand, prior to this, the natural fitra of man was being hunafa, being upright, the state in which he existed, the state in which he was created. That's what the word hunafa means. And this is what Muhammad was. Even Abraham was referred to as Hanifa, Hunafa. A seeker of truth is what this means as well. So that's the state in which we were created. The soul longs for truth from the very first time that it becomes exposed to the plane of things made manifest. But man is not the body nor the soul. He is spirit, and he a part of the great God himself. So it says Islam is the straight way of salvation, which leads from the heart of men unto the heart of Allah. Each prophet from Adam through Isa paved their part of this straight way for man's return to his creator. Muhammad perfected Islam into Arabic, the Arabian language, and therefore became the seal of those which brought earlier portions of Islam. There will never be a new or another religion save Islam from the great God to man by his prophets. Now, we don't want you to get caught up and think that we're talking about organized religion when we make this statement. The word Islam simply means peace, but we showed you that's just the first degree. You see what I'm saying? So we saying that the Most High would never accept, a religion from man, but one that is rooted in peace. Prior to it being called Islam in Arabic, in ancient Kemet, the word Hotep was used, as we always emphasize, dealing with the teachings of Ptahhotep. If you go into the Hebrew, you will find that the word Shalom is used. They speak of a city founded in peace, Jerusalem, Darussalam. You see? We can go into many different areas with this here. Peace is peace, no matter what name that you want to give it. You can go in any place. We know what peace means to us in the English language. We just giving it to you in what's being stated when it said that, peace was given to us. That's what you want. Peace. That's what we all seek, right? Everybody wants some peace. It's crazy out here. But it says, Allah perfects a thing once and declares it good, very good. Hence, Noble Drew Ali could not bring us anything other than Islam, the truth, the old time religion. You know, we already know the root of the word religion actually means to return to the source in its original state. That's what we're talking about. So returning to the source, see, we're not dealing with limited peace when we say, you know, Islam represents peace, because Islam also is rooted in one of the attributes of the great God in the Arabic, or the Arabic language, that is as-salama, as-salama. You see? And there's deepness to this right here. It goes beyond even the concept of dealing with peace. You see? You just have to know this. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take our family into something real quick, you know, since we mentioning that. So our family, we definitely, you know, going to be tuning in and bringing this message to y'all. Very powerful. So let me see real quick. I want to pull up my, okay, let's see. I'm going to pull up my dictionary of the Quran. Let's see, is that it? Okay, let me do. Okay, let me see. I got so many dictionaries up here. There you go, right there. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. All right, come on, open up. Open sesame. So this is the dictionary of the Quran. And I simply go up here and type in this word real quick, give y'all some background. You know, and we got many different words that actually deal with peace. You know, but here we are right here. Let's see if we can get this thing to do a read out loud real quick. Okay. Is it going to catch? I don't know. Just the lagging like this here, it may shut down. If it shut down, family, I'm going to have to come back in. Just give me a second here. If not, I'll just exit out. It don't look like it's catching anything. Let me see something. Maybe I have to move it like this. Maybe it wants to. Let me see. Well, it's all good. That's all right. I'll read it myself. So, anyway, you know, it's a lot of definition in here, family. This is the root word that the word Islam come from in the Arabic, salam or salima. It says to be in sound condition, right? It means to be well, without a blemish, safe and sound. Salam, safety, security, immunity, freedom from fault or defects, imperfection, blemish, or vice. Peace, obedience, heaven. The word has a much wider meaning than merely abstinence from strife. It involves prosperity, good health, and wholeness and completeness in every way. All right, family. Yeah, we bite, we bite. Pardon the self. Yeah, that I already know it is basically because of that system didn't want to process the audio, but I read it myself. So thank you for your patience, family. And let me start sharing my screen again. And we'll just share it and I read it as I was reading it earlier. Pardon the technical difficulties. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go back to where we were in the dictionary of the Holy Quran. And as I was stating that this word, in the Arabic dictionary is salima. Salima. It says to be in sound condition, well without a blemish, safe and sound. You see, now I don't know nobody on earth that don't want that type of security. Salam, safety, security, immunity, freedom from fault or defects, imperfection, blemish, or vice. That's why he say today, I have perfected you. On this day, I have perfected for you your religion. Who don't want security in their way of life, right? Obedience. The word has a much wider meaning than merely abstinence from strife. It involves prosperity, good health, wholeness, and completeness in every way. Salam is also one of the names of Allah. As we stated earlier, Salamun also means peace, or Silmun, common gender, obedience to the doctrine of Islam, peace, a treaty of peace. You see? So if there's a true treaty of peace between ones, this is a way of life. Also, astaslama, which means to follow the right path. Salima, gentle, tender, soft, elegant, graceful, nice woman. Salim, safe, secure, perfect, sincere. Salimun, one who is safe. Salama, to preserve, give salvation. Salimu, salute. Say peace. Say peace be upon you. Musalamatun, hand it over. Sound. Aslama, that's that root I was talking about earlier. To submit, resign oneself. Want to give honors to our beloved brother Bati Bey, Consul General of the Ira Territory, for bringing forth that degree in reference to dealing with Tasawwuf, or what we know as Sufism, in the definition of resigning oneself, which actually means, in our language, we say we conform to the will of the great God. See, there's a difference from merely submitting to the will and conforming to the will, because submission to the will, in most cases, you submitting because you was forced to do so. You see, everything in creation submit to the will of the Creator, whether they like it or not, whether they chose to or not. They can talk all that mud, but at the end of the day, they all submit. Now, when we say conform to the will, we say we conform to the will. That means that, we basically give willingly our will to do the will of the Most High. You see? So it said Islam, peace, the way to peace, submission, the only true religion which was professed by all prophets from Adam down to Muhammad. When it's saying that, we're not talking about getting caught up into organized religion. We're saying that the way of peace was the way of every prophet that had come, prior to those who had came before them, and so forth and so on. But it goes a little deeper than that. It says the only true religion which was professed by all the prophets from Adam down to Muhammad, and it says Solomon, or Solomon, pardon self, diminutive form of Solomon, which is the name of the prophet Solomon as well, son of David, Sulamun, and it also means stairway, ladder, stairs, steps, by means which one reaches the height and becomes immune to evil and secure. In the Grand Quran, it's a surah where it states that the Most High will surely raise you, or raise man by degrees. So we are raised by degrees. when it comes to dealing with unfoldment in our life. That's why we say in the Moorish paradigm, as man unfolds, his God unfolds. You see? So stairway represent degree. Ladder, stairs, and steps represent degrees. In fact, we have a 12-step and a 3-step ladder. You know, and we have 7 steps Yes, sir. They definitely own the foo-foo, beloved brother Born Dog. They shut my whole internet down just then. Cleared the whole thing out. I had to basically shut my whole computer down and let it reload. Yeah, so they definitely on the foo-foo. But you already know we're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna pick up. We ain't gonna cry over spilled milk. We're gonna keep demonstrating this. So uh get them likes up, family. We ain't letting nothing stop us from bringing this truth. All we doing is trying to teach the world how to love instead of hate. But evidently some people, would like that the world be filled with a full of, falsehood. They don't want to see the people rise up in vibration. They want to keep people in a state where they can be manipulated and misled to hate each other. But that ain't what we demonstrate here. We demonstrate the love. And we gonna keep the love out front. We upright, independent, and fearless over here. And they done watch me long enough, they already know that about me. They can't send me nowhere that they too can't come. When you got an understanding like that, everything else don't mean nothing. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pick back up where we was, and I'm gonna open up where we was, and continue where we left off at. And if you see them do it again, you already know what time it is. You feel me? So here we go. We bike at it again, people. Let me get that up out of there. Okay. A little bit more here. All right, and we're going to share it in a minute. Let's see. Yeah, I got to go back over here and pull back down here where we were. So set our literature back up. Want to make sure we do everything in an orderly fashion, so to speak. And okay. And I'll share my screen in a second. So yeah, that's where we left off at right there. Okay, so let me go back over here. Who in the world is that talking in the background? I don't even see no page open. They talking. Let's see. What in the world? Now that's funny. I can't even see who that is. Who is that talking in my background right there? Somebody talking in my background.
It's not what we think that.
Where is that coming from? Hold on. Let me stop sharing the screen real quick.
No, it's not drugs.
Oh, I see where that's coming from. That's coming from TikTok. I was wondering, like, what in the world? Okay, here we go. So let me reshare the screen. Okay, get this back up here. And most likely, okay, yeah, it's still here. So anyway, as it states, it says the name Islam is the name of the creed preached by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. It has been the religion of all prophets in all times. Everyone can embrace it by accepting the unity and soulness of God, and that Muhammad is his prophet. It ain't got nothing to do with no Shiite and no Sunni. We ain't disrespecting our family. We saying that all these different names that we're speaking of, they came later. So we ain't got nothing to do with no religious gang banging, family. That ain't what we talking about. It says no one can turn him out of a pale of Islam as long as he has accepted the above formula, literally and in practice. It is a religion of peace, self-surrender, not somebody else making you surrender or submit. Self-surrender, self-submission, self-resignation to the will and service of the commands of the God within. We emphasize that right there. That's the difference between us and those who are Arabized in their approach. So there are many words that link up to this word. Like Salama, he saved. Salamatun, Salamatun. You it says that actually says you hand over, right? And tasalimu, which is you should greet. You salimu, they submit. Salimu, greet, salute. Musalamatu, perfectly sound, without any blemish, handed over. Assalama, submit. Assalamtu, I have submitted, completely submitted. So this is going in many different aspects of grammar here. All of it is going back to the Most High. See, Assalamu, they accepted Islam and submitted themselves to the will of God, not to the will of man, not to the will of a sect, not to the will of a particular group over here, a little group over there, a little clique over here, clique over there. No, that ain't what he said. He said submission to the Most High God, right? So, everything here is saying that. And even when you come down here, we submit, complete submission. Salam, the religion of Islam, peace, submission, to be wholly possessed by someone. Salimun, they are safe and sound, peace. So it means to be safe and sound. So if anybody demonstrating Islam that's hurting somebody else, then that ain't Islam coming from Allah. That's called Hislam and their lam. It ain't the lam of the Most High. But anyway, salam has a much wider meaning than abstinence from strife. It includes prosperity, good health, wholeness, completeness in many ways. There's a phraseology that's demonstrated in the ancient Comedian language. We say Ankh wajet saner. Ankh represents life. Wajet, that goes into what? Protection, prosperity, health. You know what I mean? And so Seneb goes into the same aspect. This is the same thing that was demonstrated in ancient Kemet years ago, before Muhammad was born, before Islam became known as a way of life. So anyway, it says sound and pure and free from all taint of vice. You see? From all taint of vice. And vices have to do with your lower self, your cravings, your earthly desires. It says Salamun, stairway again, Salaman, Muslimun, one who surrenders himself to the will of God, one who says that his faith is Islam, one who accepts the unity and soulness of God, and that Muhammad is his prophet. That don't mean nobody else is invalid. That don't mean that Jesus is not the prophet, or that don't mean Abraham is not no. It's just saying that Muhammad is his prophet, even though you may not accept him to be. You see what I'm saying? The Most High has accepted him, the one that created you in the first place. So who are you? You see? If it wasn't his will, it wouldn't be a Muhammad. If it wasn't his will, it wouldn't be a Islam. If it wasn't his will, it wouldn't be a Jesus, a Moses, and all these different other men that we call prophets and men of God. You see? So we're going to give it straight to you. Proper name, Solomon, son of David, right? We honor David. We honor his lineage. There is no hatred for David nor his lineage. Those are our brothers and sisters. David got Moabite blood in him too. Anyway, obedience to God, Islam, obedience to God, peace with God, peace with other fellow beings, peace with oneself, peace of mind. Don't you want a peace of mind? The way to peace, religion of Islam. And it don't take no man standing over you to give you that peace. It all has to do with self and self-mastery, family. So this is just a definition of the word here. And so let me go back to the book of fire and pick up where we left off at. So let me go back over here to the Exhuming of a Nation and listen to what's being said here. Let me blow this up, make sure our family can see this. Okay, it says Muhammad is the seal of all the prophets because all prophets brought their ordained portion of the one redeeming truth. Facts. Every mastermind that came throughout the climes of time, every teacher, guru, adept, Baba, whatever name you want to give them, every last one of them, they brought their particular portion of the understanding. And understanding, we know, is the rock upon which man builds himself, according to what we teach, right? So these are just different phases of the understanding, the truth coming by degrees. And as you get a little bit of it here, it gives you strength. And then when you need a little bit more, then you get more strength. It's just like going to, a pit stop, a gas station. Pit stop, you stop to get more energy when you're traveling, at long distances, whatever. But when you deal with gassing up, you can be gassed up with the truth. When you get to the next destination, you gas up so you can get to the destination after that. And that's what we can liken these prophets as. Passing what we call the God powers from one God man to the next. Almost like passing a baton of truth. That in which one was not able to fulfill, then one come behind him and fulfills that. You see, this is why we say we believe in all divine prophets. In the Moorish paradigm, we say that. And in the Quran, it says that. It says to each of you, there's a goal to which Allah turn you. You see what I'm saying? It don't matter where you coming from. Look at it like this. If you look at a pyramid, if you were able to elevate yourself above the pyramid, you would see 4, different points coming from the single point that you are at, being at the apex on top of it. And so imagine if you had, a Hindu on one corner, you had a Muslim on one corner, you had a Christian on one corner, and just say somebody that dealt with Buddhism on another corner. And all of them climbed to get to the peak and reach the pinnacle. Now, they may have came from different walks of life, and they climbed to get to that particular point. Some may take longer than others to get to the point, but they all going to end up meeting at the pinnacle. And the pinnacle really represents the providence of the Creator, the Most High. You see what I'm saying? He know what he was doing. It's man that seeks out contradiction. It's man that seeks out differentiation or having a demarcated, divided thought pattern that like to set man against man. The Most High didn't do that. That come from man. You see? And most people do that because they benefit from the division of the people. If you can divide a people, you can conquer a people. This is how we fail as a people. We ruled for thousands of years when you go back to our ancestors in ancient Kemet or the ancient Kushites. We ain't been in bondage that long. What's 500 or 400 years to rule in thousands of years? You see? Problem is that somebody learned how to divide us. And thereby somebody learned how to conquer us through that division. And those who love that division, in most cases, they are benefiting from us being divided based on labels, divided based on titleism, divided based on isms and schisms. That's why we say our Islamism is without the schism. Man needs to learn to love instead of hate. That's what we teach. Ain't nothing wrong with demonstrating love, family. We just been putting our love in all the wrong places and dedicating it to the wrong thing. Ain't nothing lame about love. Ain't nothing soft about love. To those who've been thinking like that, you've been misled, you've been had, you've been hoodwinked, like Brother Malcolm said, run them up and led astray. So anyway, this day I have perfected your religion for you, completed my favor upon you, right? This is what we are told. But when we go back into this, we find it states, however, Muhammad was not the seal to the prophets. It says that the great God Allah was sent to save nations from his wrath. It says, indeed, these prophets will be needed as long as there's fallen humanity on earth. So we told you last night, you can't stop the Most High from thinking. And to us, a prophet is a thought of Allah made manifested in human flesh. So we're not going by the Roman definition of the word prophet. You see, it says, and the great God will continue to send them when their wretched nation is ready to receive, it says, their Savior. The great seal of Muhammad is all that his prophethood had perfected. He perfected the ancient African religion for the paganistic Arabians, because before the Arabs had this, the Arabian Cushites had it. The Arabian Cushites had it. And those Arabian Cushites were known as the Sabians. Make no mistake about it. It says Muhammad is a seal of the special line of prophets whose duty was to bring portions of Islam according to their people's consciousness during their eras. In other words, he brought a truth specifically to his people. But that truth will be a universal truth that can be extended to anybody that want to draw from it or take something from it. You see? And we showed y'all, who this particular one was, even in the book of Revelations. We're going to show y'all that in a minute too. We're going to give y'all some grand understanding that they ain't never taught y'all, in church. So it says those major and minor prophets, either directly or indirectly, received their teachings from the ancient mysteries. The ancient mysteries of ancient Kemet. Kemet was on the right path at one time. Even the history of Islam teaches this. And their prophet was known as Akhnuk or Enoch. The Enoch of your Bible is the Akhnuk or the Idris of the Quran. Also depicted as being one with Tehudi. Some people say Thoth. But nevertheless, this was their prophet before Moses ever went into Egypt. You see, before he was even born. It says those major and minor prophets either directly or indirectly received their teaching from the ancient mysteries. He had chosen for this Meccan people the ancient mystery system of Kemet, which translate into the Arabic language as Islam. This was the religion of the gods of the Nile Valley civilization. After Muhammad, there were no more degrees to the one attainment of truth to be brought to the nations of the earth. In other words, it was no need to send another book after the Quran. That's why you ain't seen nobody else claim it was one, because the Quran claimed, the position of being the book that would correct everything that had been misconstrued or everything that had been remixed prior to its coming. The Quran didn't come to cast out or cancel out the Torah. It didn't come to cancel out or cast out, the Tanakh or the Injil, the gospel. It came to confirm it. And it says that in the Quran. Problem is, man, again, has a demarcated thought pattern. It says that the Quran came as a protector of the scripture that came before it. So the Quran is the mufti that's standing as truth that protects all other truths. It came to preserve and protect the message of our brother Jesus, or Yehoshua as you would call it, if you know better. It says, this day I have perfected your religion for you, completed my favor upon you, and chosen for you Islam as your religion. Surah 5, Ayat 3. Here the word you refers to Muhammad and his Arabs kin, right? And those who had converted from paganism to Islamism acquired the name Muslim, of faithful to show their will, were now one with the will of Allah. Unbeknownst to most Muslims and Islamic theology scholars of today, the Holy Prophet Muhammad did not invent Islam. A mighty adept from the Egyptian mysteries who had attained the angelic degree of Gabriel taught Islam to read Muhammad over a period of 2 decades, 23 years, right? See religious controversy. Surely Allah works for man through man. We was talking about that last night. We got to get out of this spooky concept of the Most High. We proved to our people that he sat down with Abraham in Genesis chapter 18. He ate meat with him. He drank milk. He ate bread. He broke bread. He came as a man. Anashim is the Hebrew word that they use. Anashim. Yahweh appeared. We already know this here. So he appeared in human form. This is before Jesus or anybody. And there's more places in the Bible where he did it. It talks about his throne being set down in the book of Daniel. We didn't have to go into that. You know, so the Most High is able to manifest himself as he will. You see, however man is able to receive him. You know, but he ain't going to come as an apparition and not place, you know, something over it to cover it in order to speak to man. In the Quran, it tell you, you know, how many ways that Allah speaks to man. But it says, Prophet Muhammad owed Islam the highest form of service to man's creator, to his Arabian people, because they had strayed into idol worship of over 360 gods. So imagine Muhammad coming to his people in the state of what the Arabs call the state of Jahiliyyah, the state of ignorance. Pre-Islamic ignorance is what they call it. You got to be careful with that terminology because they'll try to wrap our history up in that too. You know, and this is not correct, you know, because there were people who were on the right path, and the Quran mentioned them in the Quran. You know, he also said that there are certain prophets that he named and some that he had not mentioned, you know, to the people as well. But that's a whole nother measure. We're going to get into some of that too in these sessions. It says, among those idols were an Allah and Alet, male and female, even at Mecca's Kaaba, meaning they was using the name Allah even prior to Muhammad coming on the manifest. Many people confuse Alet with Allah. Allah and Alet is not the same. Alet was said to be the daughter, you know, of Allah, or some people said to be the wife. This is what the pre-Islamic Arabs was cooking up, so to speak, during that time. Alet is not Allah, people. Stop it. I done beat people up in debates on that subject. They are two different words. You know, Allah and Alet are two different words. Matter of fact, I'm going to show that to you right now. But if you don't know language, man, people can tell you anything and you're going to go for it. You know, you're going to go for it. Let me see right here real quick. I'm going to pull that up because I got a lot of them pictures from that debate when I was dealing with that. And I'll show it to y'all real quick since we mentioned it. We want to make sure that our people have some understanding. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I got a lot in here, family. I got a lot in my archive. So just give me a second real quick. We're going to show it to you. Okay. I think I passed by it already, but we'll go into it and I'll go back up in a second. It's up here, though. You can believe that. Where you at? Okay, not there, not there. Not there. Sometimes it take a little time to load some of this stuff up too, because I got so much on here to where it's it throw a lot of that information into some conflict, so to speak. Let me go back down one more time because it's in here. I ain't never deleted that out of here. Unless Rome hiding something over here because they love to mess with my little computer. Okay, not there. Take my time a little bit. I seen a few of them, but I don't want to pull that one up yet. Okay, a little bit more. Okay, I see that one right there. That's not the one I'm looking for. That's not the one I'm looking for either. Not that one, not that one. Where you at? I don't know. Maybe they might have took some stuff up out of here that I ain't paid attention to because I ain't pulled it up in so long. Just give me 1 second here. Okay, we see that portion there. That's there. Okay, I'm going to go back up here again. Because if that's there, then everything else should be in here too. Okay, not that one there. Not that one there. Seems like they done. Okay, not that one. Where in the world is that thing yet? I don't know, family. They may have come up in here. Okay, that one there. Nope. No, sir. Not there either. That's very strange right there. I can't find that because I know good and well I haven't took that out of here. And it's normally right here too. I'm gonna go down one more time to make sure. It ain't no big deal because I can actually pull something random up, but I just want to pull it up to show it to you. You know, as far as dealing with my own records. Not that one there. I'll take my time real quick. Nope, not there. Nope, not there either, huh? All right, well, we're going to go one more time for good measure then. Because if they got this up here, what I'm looking at right here, they should have the other thing here. Because this right here is dealing with some of them pictures up here. This is just showing you, you know, the ancient inhabitants of Arabia. You know, showing you who the real Cushite was. Y'all see them right there. That's before the Arabs got their presence. These are the Sabians. See them locks they got in their head? You know good and well who them people there is. Y'all know it definitely ain't the modern day Arabs that's up there now. You know, so even the language was different. You know. And in fact, I had a lat. You know, this was actually where a lat come from, but this is an Arabian picture that's based off the Kemetic teaching. But even in the features of this goddess, you can definitely tell who that Cushite was. Definitely one of the modern day Arabs that you know of today, family. This was the original language known as the Sabian language. The brother Malachi York tried to come and adopt this language as his language. This is actually Demotic, Egyptian Demotic language, you know, and if you look at these letters, because this document is actually dealing with the Arabic. You know, I'm showing where the Arabic actually got its style from. This is Egyptian writing right here. You know, and you can even see the name, like I tell people all the time, the glyph that they come up with Allah. This is Egyptian now, not Arabic. This is like the Allah glyph right here. This is the A-L-L and the H. This is what Arabic would look like without the diacritical marks and the vowels. And so a lot of the Arabic alphabet and symbols was adopted from this Demotic language. Demotic was the language that came before Coptic. So they basically took from, you know, the Demotic to come up with their language. You need to know no better. You would think that, see, this is a Demotic cursive style of the writing. See how it looked just like Arabic? You know, because the Arabs took this style of writing, you know, and they demonstrated that. But you know, that one thing that I showed y'all when I was showing y'all that sign for Allah, they got it in a couple places. They repeated this more than one time. See it right here? And then if you come right over here, you'll see it here again, the same glyph that they use to make up the name Allah. It's throughout this whole document. They keep using it over and over again. So this is where the Arabs actually got it from, but this is Egyptian. You got to remember the Arabs are descendants of the Egyptians. You see? So it all makes sense when you understand that fact. So this is a fragment of the tale of Patesi, son of Petetum. This is Demotic Papri here, Egyptian now, but this is exactly, the same style that the Arabs adopted. See, this is the instructions of Ankshekshun right here. You see the style here? This is a little right here. You can see it here. The Roman Ptolemaic hieratic. Then they got the European version of the cursive, and they try to put the glyphs in here, which ain't got nothing to do with now one of them languages. Terrible. Got our people so messed up right now. So, he's dealing with ideograms and everything they adopted. And then when you come down here and look at the earliest form of the Arabic coming out of the Sabian era, they also have the Nabatean. And there are different branches of the Nabatean alphabet. As you can see them, they squared off right here. And then they came up with the Kufic and the Nakashi. And the Kufic Middle Age script. Nakashi here, modern. That's the Nakashi script. This is, a more older form of the Arabic. Notice they got the same values that Hebrew have. Aleph, Beth, Gemil, Daleth, Hey, Wal, Zain, Het, Tet. Over here, Aleph becomes Aleph in the Arabic. Ba, Bet, Ba, Gemil, Jim. There is no G in Arabic, so J is interchangeable with G. But this is in Abjad order. For those who don't know what Abjad is, that's A, B, G, D. You see? Abjad. You have logo syllables, Abagita, alphabet, and Abjad. These are the different forms of writing. You have also ideograms and logograms, all that type of stuff. But anyway, so you see the Hey is interchangeable with Ha, Wa is Wa, Zain is Zay. See, so all of these alphabets coming up under these different scripts, they are still related to each other, so to speak, in a certain way. And they mostly go up to that 22 letter root. And then you'll see different letters being added on. So here's another measure here showing you the Arabic next to the Hebrew. Then you have the Sabian, which I pointed out earlier, the Lihyonite, the Talmudic version. The Quran speaks of the Talmudic people, Talmud, which is a Bedouin dialect. Talmud was a people that was destroyed for their disobedience to Allah. See, that's the Abjad again, ABJD instead of GD. So this is based off the Arabic. That's the Nakashi script. You got to know this is ancient Arabic. Notice they got the Hebrew right in here showing you the equivalents to the Hebrew letters as well. You see, the Sophitic as well. This is one of my old charts when I was dealing with the comparative research. These are charts that already existed, but I'm saying this, to put together this PDF, I put it together a while ago. Just dealing with the language alone. Once you understand the language alone, you'll see how far this thing go. And you'll see how much connection here. Now, this is not an Abjad order, but I use this order in order to teach the Arabic. We getting ready to go into the Arabic, on our channel too. We do it every Sunday morning. So we're going to teach, the Arabic, to our people. And I used this chart and created my own harmonics based upon it. It was like Alif, Ba, Ta, Ta, Jim, Ha, Ka, Dol, Zol, Ra, Ze, Sin, Shin, Sa, Do, To, Zo, Ein, Gain, Fa, Quaf, Kaf, Lam, Mim, Nun, He, Wa, and Yeah. You know what I mean? I did that. That's how I was able to memorize. I put it in like a harmonic type tone, 7 letters per tone, like they did back in the day when they taught us, the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, all that. I used that science, what I mean, so to speak, that I learned as a kindergartner, whatever the case may be, in my music class. I say, all right, I'm going to do this to memorize, the Arabic, and so that's why I came up with that, So now I remember it because of the sequence. See, that's giving y'all keys on how to remember things. You got to put some sauce to it, so to speak. So yeah, all of this right here is showing you that everything came out of Kemet, and I didn't read none of this right here, but it goes into all of that here, telling you who the original Arabs were, the original Cushites. So make no mistake about it. We was there before those people that you see right now, people. We was there. There's a whole surah in the Quran that's dedicated to Queen Sheba. That's mentioned here. And Sheba, of Yemen, and Sheba, who was of the Cushites, Genesis chapter 10. See the Cush, family. Cush represent who they call the Nubians. Ta-Seti, the Ta-Nahisi. You see, or Nehesi, some people say. See, it says at the present time, Arabia is inhabited by two distinct races, namely descendants of the old Adite. Adite means first people. Cushites. Old Adite, Cushites, or Ethiopian race. They talking about one people, basically, giving them all the names. And it says known under various affiliations. Our people were known by many names, just like God. It says dwelling chiefly at the south, the east, and in the central parts of the country, but formerly supreme throughout the whole peninsula. And Semitic Arabians, Muhammad's race, found chiefly in the Hijaz and at the north. See, in some districts of the country, these races are more or less. So when you go into it, it's telling you that you had the original ancient inhabitants. These are the ones that were known as Sabians. The people Saba, Sheba, the Don. These are the people that were surrounding in the area that they mentioned as being the Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis. So that was us, people. Ancient Cushite relics of prehistoric Arabia. And so I showed you how they look. Y'all see that nose on them. Y'all see them lips. Y'all see that nappy beard and them locks. Good and well that ain't no modern day Arab. They don't look nothing like that. We was there before they were. So we are indigenous to the planet, people. Don't let nobody tell you nothing no different. And the Cushites not only were on the Nile Valley civilization, they didn't only establish the Nile Valley civilization, they also established the Induish Kushite Valley civilization, which is known as Kushya Dwipa, which is the Hindus. That's why you see in India the darkest seas over there, the Dravidians, and old pictures of Buddha and Krishna. They as dark as ever. Because we was there too. We indigenous to the planet, people. This ain't no supremacy doctrine. This the truth. This what they don't want you to know. But documentation beat conversation, family. All you got to do is go read the book. Go get the book Prehistoric Nations. By David McRitchie. And it's a couple of books out there that give this history. So I'm gonna go ahead because I can't find my picture dealing with Allah and Alat here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and pull it up for you. In fact, I'm gonna put it up in the Quran. I'm gonna go do. I ain't did that in a minute for y'all, so I'm gonna pull that up for y'all real quick. So let me see here. Let's see here. Okay. Let me just put this right here in there for you. I hope this thing right here don't go to acting crazy. And so this is for the people who don't know no better. Let me see right here. I just do it this way because they gonna give me the name Allah. Let me see. I might have to go pull it up. Here it is right here. Al-Najim. For those who've been running around here talking about Allah and Alat was the same person. Man, I got hope to somebody trying that with me. See, right here in the Quran, it says, have you considered the idols of Lat and Uzza? Right? And the word Alat is right here. It says Lat, but it's Alat. That's A-L-A, right? T-A. Alata, right? Alata. See there? Alata. See what I'm saying? Even though they put lat there, it's alata. You see? So it says, now have you considered the idols of Lat and Uzza? You see, this is Uzza right here. You know, at the end. It says, and the third one, Manat as well, right? So this is El Manat right here. It's Wamanat, actually. Wamanata. Wamanata. Yes, sir. You see? So this is it right here. This is Manat. So it's asking, have you considered the idols of Lat, Al-Uzza, and the third one, Manat as well, right? It says, do you prefer to have sons while you attribute to him daughters? So they're being criticized. The pagans are. Ain't nowhere in here that this is supporting, you know, no worship of no Lat. But the key is, family, is look at the way the word Alat is spelled. Because this is what I want to emphasize, and then we'll go back to it. This is how you spell Alat right here. See the way it looks? That's a letter T right there. That's not an H at the end. So these are two different words. So Allah and Alat are two different things. Y'all know how the Allah symbol look. So I really don't have to go there. You see what I'm saying? But when people don't know language, they can tell you anything just because it sounds like something. And then they'll go to have you thinking something that ain't even there. You know what I mean? And listen to what it says. Then this is truly a biased distribution. Look, it said, these idols are mere names that you and your forefathers have made up. A practice Allah has never authorized. So that killed that little argument when they be trying to say Allah and Alat is the same one. How when Allah is condemning Alat? And if Alat was supposed to be the daughter of Allah, you know, how in the world, you know, would Allah also be Alat? You understand the ignorance? See, they pull this over on people that don't know no better. See, that's how Allah look right there. See, the A, L, and that's the sukoon, that's the double, and that's the H, and that's the U. Allahu. See what I'm saying? So, being that that's right there, family, you know, and we done showed that to you, you should know better. So anyway, it says, again, these idols are mere names that you and your fathers have made up. So we getting on the air, them better ones. A practice Allah has never authorized. So when somebody tell you Allah and Allah, I used to believe this nonsense now. Myself, before I accepted Islam. It says they follow nothing but inherited assumptions and whatever their souls desire, although true guidance has already come to them from their Lord. See what I'm saying? And it says here, or should every person simply have whatever their intercessors desire? They desire. See what I'm saying? It says, in fact, to Allah alone belongs this world and the next. You see? Yeah. Powerful. It says here, imagine how many noble angels are in the heavens. Even their intercession will be of no benefit whatsoever until Allah gives permission to whoever he wills, and only for the people he approves. You know, so this is powerful, family. This is powerful. But they got to stop letting people mislead them and teach them that wrong knowledge and get this right knowledge. You see? So give me a second here. We're going to go back to the book of fire. All right. So, as it was stated here, okay, hold up. Remember, 360 gods. Muhammad actually broke 359 of them and stood them up because they had one that they was trying to represent as Allah. So he was like, they came in there like, man, well, who did this? He was like, surely they are gods. They've been in here alone. They must have destroyed themselves. So they told him, you silly man, silly young fool, or silly boy. That's what they said to Muhammad. You know good and well them things can't do nothing to each other. So he asked the question, well, why are you worshiping them then? And this demonstration of destroying 360 idols is really symbolic too, because we have to go within ourselves and remove the idols that surround our heart, because the word Kaaba is synonymous with the word Qalb, or Kalub, by the direction. Qalb means heart, and cube, but it also means Kaaba. So the true Kaaba is in you when you deal with it from a Tasawufian standpoint or a Sufi standpoint. The Ka in the Ba is in you. That go back to ancient Kemet. Ka and Ba represent the spirit and the soul. So them 360 gods that surround the Kaaba represent 360 darkness, deeds of darkness, as it represent idol gods in your consciousness. So you can go into 360 degrees of light or 360 degrees of darkness. It's on you. Take your pick. So Muhammad, destroyed those idols, so to speak, and that's why a lot of people wanted to kill him. But it says among these idols were an Allah and a Lat, male and female. Even at Mecca's Kaaba, they were selling and trading everything from stone gods to human slaves. To this day, with all its infinite greatness, Prophet Muhammad has not been successful with quenching the Arabian thirst for breaking humans into slaves and domesticating women under the color of marriage laws. Facts. People running around enslaving Muslims. They're supposed to be Muslim, but they was enslaving Muslim, the Arabs. That's why the Moors, went to war with them. Ran they behind clean back over there in the Saudi Arabia for trying to tax him. Brother Tariq ibn Zayed. You know what I mean? So that's why later on, it was the Arabs that took part in taking enslaving the Moors. It was not Moors, it was the Arabs that enslaved the Moors. We teach this all the time. And so what happens at this juncture is that now they are causing Muhammad himself, to be looked at negatively because of their actions. So people try to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but Muhammad told them not to act like this. He told them people to follow with it. They chose the book. They created a whole book of hadiths 200 years after he passed. They started killing their own Muslim brothers, a practice that's still going on now today. But you can't blame Muhammad for that. You got to blame the people that didn't want to follow it. Because the same thing happened with our brother Yehoshua, Jesus. Same people claim to follow him end up going against his doctrine too. So we see that there's a pattern, in human behavior, that when somebody tells them to do something, that they want to buck. This bucking been going on since the beginning of time, family. You see what I'm saying? Make no mistake about it. People just hard-headed. So anyway, but you can't blame. That's just like all of us, some of us may have children. If you taught them right and raised them on principles, that are basically worthy of making them greater people or citizens or whatever you want to call it, and they choose to deviate, can't nobody say you didn't do your job. And you shouldn't let nobody tell you that. If you know you did what you were supposed to do to raise them seeds right and they went the wrong way, it don't mean that they're going to stay that way. But if they choose to go in a different direction, that ain't your fault. Can't nobody blame you. You got people running around here running their beak and they go to, oh, this is some bad parenting. Man, you got people that raise children in the suburbs. Ain't no thugging going on around there. And them seeds still end up going out there being more terrible than the people that's out there in the streets. In the most cases, the reason why it's like that, because to them, it's an adventure. Worst thing you can do is try to shield them from it. Because they get on that adventurous roller coaster ride and it'll lead them anywhere. Prison, death, drug addiction, all of that. But they can't blame their people if their people taught them right. And it ain't only suburban areas where people get taught right. You can teach somebody right in the hood and they still go astray. That's just the way it is. Everybody got to learn their lessons. Some learn them harder, some learn them easier. But you can't blame somebody that taught them and they deviated from that. That be the case, then all of us need to be blamed for somebody that we told some good information and they chose to buck that good information and go astray. So we need to be blamed for that too. Stop it, people. As you already know, you ain't got no control over what somebody else do. So anyway, look at the situation with our brother T.I. Look at the situation with the brother Boosie. And look at how them youngins, our brother Master P, look at how they see going against them. They were raised up with everything it is that most of our people ain't never had. But you can't blame them brothers and sisters for that. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, Muhammad is the seal of that line of prophets which contributed to the one truth of salvation of Islam, beginning with Adam through Yehoshua into himself. Muhammad completed or perfected for you, Arabians, this one great religion and named it Islam. No other prophet can possibly bring any more nor add to what is deemed perfect. That's why we never tell you Prophet Noble Drew Ali came to add anything on to what Muhammad taught. He didn't come with another book. He came with the same truth. The circle 7 was given to us to wean us off of, the Bible. And so he brought back to us the 18 missing years of the life of Yehoshua. He said he divinely prepared it. You understand? But it was given to him by the Muslims of India, Palestine, in Egypt and so forth. And this is what he said. So he didn't lie to you. Levi, the only one, lied to you, talking about he got them from the Akashic records. Now, if the Prophet Noble Drew Ali would have said that, y'all would have called him pseudo. But here is a chance for you to try to disrespect the prophet. Now you want to accept Levi as having the truth. When he didn't even really say that. It was actually somebody who recorded the book after he had passed form said that he got it from the Akashic records. You see? So it says again, the great God Allah has never placed a seal to prophets being born among nations and future nations, suffering his wrath as deemed necessary by the all-knowing, as long as there are nations falling among the humanity, human family, there will be a divine need for prophets to guide them aright. And that's why in the Quran, he say one day he gonna raise up a witness from amongst all people. He gonna raise up a prophet, Al-Nabi. You see, but it says Muhammad marked the seal of the prophets that would bring the conscious degrees of Islam, not the end of prophets to be sent to save nations from the wrath of Allah. So these said nations could be returned to Islam, it says, at one with their creator. This would bring to surface a few simple questions. Was the Arab nation redeemed through the Holy Prophet Muhammad, the last people to fall from divine grace? What other way can any nation be saved from the wrath of the great God, which Allah alone placed upon them for disobedience, except through the prophets declared in his holy covenants? Why can a people who have fallen so far from grace as to call themselves Negroes, colored folks, and blacks get any of the divine good stuff as the other nations in the wrath before them? See, that's one of the problems we have in the world now. Everybody want to believe that what they was given make them the chosen and ain't nobody else. The Prophet Noble Drew Ali didn't teach us that. Yeah, he taught us we Moorish American Muslims, but he didn't teach us to hate no other nations. He taught us to honor and respect other nations. But everybody else, when they get the truth for some reason, they want to hog it. The only people can get it is the people following the Torah. Only people get it, people following the Quran. And now one of them prophets talk like that. These are all interpretations from men that claim they follow these different prophets. So again, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, people. We already know these people been out here acting crazy, and they got what they call religion looking real bad right now. To the extent that, some people don't even want to honor or respect nothing that has to do with the Most High. And they're going to pay for this. A lot of them Bedouin Arabs that been bucking, they're going to pay for this. And a lot of them individuals of the synagogue of Satan claiming that they something that they ain't, they going to pay too. Because the Most High never sleep. And we're going to leave that right there. But anyway, it says, taking another look at Prophet Muhammad will reveal he has been accused of everything from plagiarism to Xeroxing when it comes to the holy written structure of the Great Quran. The angel taught Muhammad to write the Holy Quran so wonderfully until most readers don't know whether to call him a prophet or a poet. It says he often refers to the books of the prophets before him as reminders of the one truth Islam, brought through the one line of prophets. To every people was sent a messenger with their message, and when their messenger comes before them, the matter will be judged between them with justice, and they would not be wrong. Chairman quoting the Quran. So you got to understand that right there, family. It ain't the Most High that's out of line. It's man that's out of line. So it says, why a prophet born in America? It says, to those who know the true history of the human family, can you imagine any people more deserving of universal mercy than the so-called NBC? The sons and daughters of former slaves have become desensitized to religious fundamentals as first formed in ancient Africa. What they think is religion is not a holistic way of life. And the gods they serve today are not their own. See finale of religious controversy. Oddly enough, the NBC expect those whom had enslaved them to tell the truth about their great God in history. Worse yet, they have allowed Western philosophy to dictate and define the meaning of African leaders of divinity. And this is what's going on with a lot of these hard-headed, mean, stiff-necked, unconscious Asiatics out here. You know what I mean? They want to go off what Rome said, and Rome is the sole authority. You know, and if it didn't come from them, you know, it ain't the truth. And all the while they trying to claim they Pan-African and they love our people, but they trying to place Rome over any of our leadership. They're a walking contradiction is what they is. You can't love Pan-Africanism and massa at the same time. It just don't work that way. We ain't sugarcoat nothing. So anyway, it says prophets, angels, masters, and messengers. It says the European finite interpretation of these infinite conquerors of self cannot create a spark towards the flame of enlightenment. Basically, this is because Europeans can't define what they cannot see. By Allah's own design, prophets are always raised from amongst the people they are sent to save. This is so because people are more susceptible to their own blood before accepting the blood of a stranger. That's why he sent everybody their own prophet. Now ask yourself, have you seen any European prophets sent? I'll wait. I ain't talking about no Joseph Smith neither, and no Judge Rutherford. I'm talking about in the ancient time, in any of them texts, do you see any prophet that was sent to the European or from amongst them? I'll wait. Oh, I didn't hear you. Okay. So it says, although history also shows they will reject their prophet until the stranger accepts him before him. The stranger accepts him before them. You got a lot of Europeans that acknowledge Prophet Noble Drew Ali as a prophet before his own people will, even though they ain't never had one son to them. We had some Europeans actually convert to being Moorish Americans too. Peter Lamborn and a couple of more of them. But anyway, it say it is through his own from which his prophethood will be exalted. Surah 14, 4-6. Noble Drew Ali was born January 8, 1886, under the needless 14th Amendment in the state of North Carolina. His birth was necessitated 21 years after the Moorish Americans became a nation of people, and 18 years after the U.S. Congress seized them as hostages under assumable jurisdiction of the United States and courts. Albeit, Drew Ali was without question a prophet born unto an existing nation of people. This latter statement of fact is key to all readers because what is being revealed here in this, a 99.9% of American citizens and all African Americans have not come to the historical and lawful realization that the 1865 congressional abolishment of slavery also created a new nation of people made from the dust of ex-slaves. And B, right? Major prophets, all major prophets are born into a nationality of their own existing nation of people. Hence, the timely 1886 birth of Noble Drew Ali in the state of North Carolina. All prophets come speaking in the current language of the people. That's why in the Quran, he said, you know, had he sent that Quran to any other people, they're going to say, what? A non-speaking Arab, you know, basically an Arab non-speaker, you know, in an Arabic Quran, that ain't going to make no sense. So we had to have somebody to make it plain for us. It says he elevates that language to a level of purity and divinity and teaches it back to the masses. It's what prophets do. So even though the book was revealed in Arabic, it was revealed in a divine dialect, which is not like street Arabic. And I keep going back and forth with these ones out here that's running around, you know, speaking Bedouin Arabic and trying to challenge somebody in the Quran. I beat one of them up not long ago, up here trying to attack the Quran, you know, and didn't know what he was dealing with. You see, he was atheist, but he came up in Egypt, you know, and basically was trying to tear the Quran down, and I had to straighten him. You know, you can't come to me with Bedouin. He been speaking that Bedouin Arabic all his life. But when it came to this Quran, he couldn't do nothing with me. You know, because I know what I'm talking about. I've been studying this stuff for over 30 years. I ain't just go off of what people told me. That's why I'm different from them other people. Don't make me better or lesser. You know, I just ain't going for the okie doke. And had I been somebody that was just following what somebody said and not dug this deep, then he could have pulled the wool over on me just because he spoke the language, you know, of Arabic. But Bedouin Arabic, day-to-day spoken Arabic ain't got nothing to do with the Quran. I dare one of them ever try to come up here and say it is. They know, but they'll try to pull that over on you. So our people, we need somebody that speak the Arabic to prove it. I'm showing you Quranic Arabic and what the Quran say. You know, you're always looking for a new slave master. That's what's wrong with our people now. It says if fallen humanity is to be uplifted, their language must be changed to a higher degree of consciousness. Their literature must be changed into liberty's best words and be founded in proving the possibilities of man. Through his people, a prophet will reach all men, when before his coming all the king's men could not save his people. Humpty Dumpty. All the king's horses and all the king's men, they still couldn't put them back together again. Sound like somebody we know, huh? All the kings and the queen that come up out of our ranks trying to teach us, from major prophets to minor prophets. You know, from Marcus Garvey to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, you know, Elijah Muhammad, you know, Clarence 13X, you know, everybody, we can keep going on. And our people still ain't came together yet. You begging for wrath. So anyway, only a holy prophet could take such a bastardly language as English and make a people speak it holy. He was born in America because this is where Allah had befallen his people into the divine issue called slavery. See, we teach slavery is a divine issue. But anyway, it says no great Arabic speaking Muslim from the Saudi or Arabia itself could ever do what our own prophet began to do. It took Muhammad for them, and it took Prophet Noble Drew Ali for us. And he set it off for everybody because even the first Hebrew Israelites studied at his feet. They were known as the Moorish Zionist Temple. Big facts. So it says, uplift us by teaching us to be ourselves. It is in our own language we can now express our social, economic, psychological, and divine thoughts to all nations. The demoralizing and inhumane institution of chattel slavery placed the Moors in needs that far exceeded religion. The covenant of the great God is an agreement between he and man, which simply reads, honor thy father and thy mother, then thy days will be long upon the earth land which he hath given them. A creed honors the father, but your nationality connects any nation to that part of the mother which is most reciprocal to the father. The importance of a people having forefathers and mothers to honor reaches a new level of freedom when anyone considers the fact the Negro race was made without either father or mother. This is why the so-called NBC people can never be guaranteed to a prosperous future, because they are the only persons made in America without paternal roots. That's your problem, people. Yeah, you got some ignorant people hate you just because of the way you look, because you got a little extra melanin in you. But yeah, you know you're really suffering because of your status and how you've been labeled somebody else's property, and you accept that status and you claim that status and you wear it with a badge of honor and wonder why you suffer like hell as a result of demonstrating this right here. I'm just telling you the truth, family. We ain't cutting no chase. So it says, for the Moors to be the peak contributors to the new haven and new heaven and the new earth, it says they must also be able to identify with the grandiloquent establishments of their ancient forefathers. Honor your mother and your father, that your days may be long upon the earth land. See, we think that just deal with our immediate mother and father, but this means honor your ancient mother and fathers, and you can be tied back to the land. But if you don't honor the name of your ancient foremothers and fathers, then you're going to constantly be somebody else's property, or property of another man. It says those who had established the ancient mysteries of Islam here in Americas 6,000 years before the first slave ship sailed. No other Muslim save El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali would bring this to a prophet-promised nation. It says it would take a Moorish American to save the Moorish American nation. It says they will question the ordination and authenticity of Allah's prophet even after he has clearly warned them in the Quran, Surah 10, Ayat 48. They say, when will this promise come to pass if ye speak the truth? From 1394 to 2002, Muslims have been using the Holy Quran of Mecca to justify their selling of Africans into slavery. For many decades before the advent of Prophet Muhammad, Arabs were enslaving their ripened-skinned African brothers just because they were Arabs. Everything conforms to its own nature. The history bears witness that the Arabs have an innate mindset to enslave Africans. And this is real. You make one of them mad and they'll say this. I've seen it many times on the internet, call you nig, and I ain't going to even go there, but you know. Yeah, that's why we're going to put your people back in the bondage. I done had some of them say it online, people. They racist as ever. Arabs. They ain't no different than the European. And that's why they under divine chastisement too. Not all of them. We ain't going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because there's some good brothers and sisters out here too. But the ones that know what they demonstrate, they know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the one that like to sell swine to my people. I'm talking about the one that like to sell pork and alcohol to my people. You understand? I'm talking about the one that like to put that pack in the hand of my people. Them the ones I'm talking about. They ain't no different than Rome. So don't give them a pass. You ain't gave Rome no pass. Don't give them no pass neither. In this respect, the holy teachings of Islam, the African religion of Muhammad's choice, have not elevated the thoughts of Arabia away from the barbaric institutions of human slavery. The teachings of Muhammad couldn't even protect his own family from these barbaric individuals out here. You see, how you think it's going to protect somebody else outside of that? Islam means security. They ain't demonstrating no security. They destroying the way of life. It says, how can one openly make salat 5 times a day while enslaving their African mothers and fathers between prayers? So we very conscious, family. Prophet Noble Drew Ali told the Moors, think not with Arabia. So don't you ever accuse us of being Arabized over here in this Moorish paradigm. We different, family. We ain't ordinary. The ancient order of al-Islam is a curriculum which unites matter to divinity and returns all men to their original God state. That's if they follow it that way. Islam was created so perfect until when used in its purest form can only make gods out of men. It says nowhere in Islam designed to make God men into slaves. And for those of you who are offensive because of the word gods being made out of men, this is not for you. Because the word God in English has always been applied to men. It's really not honorable enough to express the name Allah. So there's a difference between God and Allah, even though we use the great God to distinguish, Allah from false idol gods and worldly gods. So there you go, if you need some explanation for that comment that was made. This is not shirkism over here, sir. So nowhere in Islam is designed to make God men into slaves. The latter is solely the works of mortal men presenting themselves through their holy smoke of piety. And that's why the world has been in so much trouble. And a lot of that piety come from books that were written outside of the Quran that wasn't a part of the Quran. It says there have been Muslims here in the United States since the early colonization of the continental colonies. Meanwhile, Muslims were in full support and often the suppliers of the humanizing institution of chattel slavery for various West African nations, e.g. the removal of their nationalities' contribution to all the world's civilization and their religious creed. During all those genocidal centuries of supporting English European rule, Muhammad was still the ordained seal of the prophets. However, even this most pious messenger and servant of Allah since Yahushua was not the father of any nation, nor was he Allah. None of Muhammad's teachings, prophecies, or Holy Quran condones the condemnation of 500 million Africans. No part of his perfecting the religion of Islam would create the need for another prophet. Yet, prophets only come from Allah to answer the need of a people whom has lost sight of the straight way, the way of the prophets and those who go not astray. Prophet Muhammad did not create Islam, nor could he improve upon what was brought to him in a perfect state. Islam was the old-time religion, the mother of all religions, and the first religious creed. Noble Drew Ali did not bring a new religion to his people. He brought them their own ancient science, or the own ancient science of their forefathers. As for true religion, if any major or minor religion does not set the person free to be one with the Creator, it's simply a false creed designed by men to fleece other men. Can there be one sane Islamic or otherwise religious scholar which knows what conditions will summon or require the merits of a prophet to deny the largest unidentified nation on earth, which does not merit the need of a prophet? The personal opinion of this author is Muhammad's being the seal of the prophets did not authorize Muslims to enslave nations of the human family, because any nation enslaved by the wrath is also the nation to invoke Allah's mercy via his prophet from among them. In brief, it is a crime for one man to enslave another, but it is a sin to detach any nation away from the human family by stripping it from its vine and fig tree, which was given to every nation by the Creator. Allah tell you one of the greatest sins is severing the ties of kinship. So Rome got to pay for what they have done. It says when the international Islamic community headed by the Arabs sold their Moorish, and I think this is one of the pages where they probably skipped over. Yeah, they didn't put 16 in here. We actually have it over here in the Book of Fire. So what I do just to keep it there, and so we don't miss nothing, I'm gonna have to read that portion out of here. because they didn't it didn't copy for some reason. I don't know if it didn't register when they copied this PDF. So, okay, I got my book of fire now. Okay. So yeah, it was talk about them selling the Moorish. Hold up. Okay, Moorish brothers and sisters. It says to the Christian of Europe, it says for their minds and souls to be deleted of the free national name, the great God they themselves broke any seal which they assumed the great prophet Muhammad had over all Allah's prophets. Actually, many of those who call themselves Muslims just because they take the Shahada are not true Muslims. Just because they say La ilaha illallah Muhammadan Rasulullah, that don't mean that they mean it. Because there were those during the time of Prophet Muhammad. And Allah has said it in the Quran. He said there are those who are among the Bedouin Arabs. He said they're the enemy. You don't know who they is, but I know who they is. But some of the Sahaba and the companions of Prophet Muhammad, they want to take them off the count. They want to put that scimitar on them. He said, no, they're your brothers because they said La ilaha illallah. And it was the same one that ended up, taking a lot of the brothers off the count that were making salat because they were what they call the munafiq, the hypocrite. They was only accepting this because of the influence of Muhammad, but when he passed form, they thought that was their time to come on in there and try to retake or re-siege, claim the city, so to speak. But it says, in fact, no self-respecting Muslim with a diehard Arab-based thought pattern would ever admit the same Allah of which they worship would have enough mercy to ordain a prophet to the very Moors of the West Africa, whom they spent over 2,000 years enslaving. To this very day, they are still enslaving the Sudanese Moors in one hand, while they hide the Quran behind their backs with the other hand. The Arabs rarely listened to Prophet Muhammad. He instructed them to face inwardly to pray towards the place most dearest to them. Instead, they face a rock 5 times a day. The Holy Prophet Muhammad instructed all who submit their will to Allah to never build a human burial site above ground level. Yet, as soon as he died, Muslims built one of the world's largest mosques on top of his grave. Is there any wonder they care so little about the Africans? Allah is the great God, and his Arabian-born prophet expressed his limitations in the beginning of that ayat verse and showed Allah's omnipotence at the ending. Surah 33, ayat 40 reads, Muhammad is not the father of any of your men, but he is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets and has full knowledge, it says, of all things. Allah is the creator and the maker of all men. Muhammad was the seal of the messengers of love, truth, peace, freedom, and peace to men, pardon self, but he was not the father of the Arabs, neither the Moors. Allah alone has full knowledge of when and how to bestow his grace and mercy upon the oppressed and sinners, e.g., Negroes, blacks, and other fallen humanity. It is not the Holy Quran that circumscribes Allah's raising a prophet up from amongst the fallen NBC people of America. This weakening of Allah's arm has derived solely in the commentaries and interpretation of Allah's written words. Only mad Muslims, fools, and bold men would dare circumscribe the infinite grace of mercy of Allah. It must be remembered, it has never been in the best interest of Muslim, Catholic, Christian, and those who call themselves Jews in authority to allow Africans to become conscious of the great God of their forefathers. Carefully note the English translations of both Yusuf, Maulana Muhammad Ali. For the Quran is Surah 10, ayat 47-49. The holy words of Allah reads, Messenger will come, will judge, will not be wrong. All of these ayats are in future tense. However, in the commentary and inserts of Islamic scholars, it all changes to was sent before them, had its messenger, and places the meaning into fraudulent past tense. These carnal interpretations implicate Allah's messenger is past and no messenger will ever come again. The only people never to have a divine prophet of their own are the pale-skinned nations of Europe. All prophets come through nations of the human family, Asiatics, people of hue. Europe has had soothsayers, e.g., Nostradamus, 1503-1566, and psychics. Even their men of foresight and mental aptitude, Plato, Socrates, Einstein, or Edgar Cayce, were colorable prophets at best. No history can bear witness to the ever being a holy nation from among the holy lands of Europe. Perhaps this explains the kidnapping of the body of Prophet Yehoshua Jesus from his pure African heritage, Canaanite, Moabite descent, and displaying it in their image and likeness. Yehoshua and other prophets of both testaments are the only African descendants that look like Europeans to the Western world. The rest of us still look like Africans. There have been several prophets born unto nations since the advent of Muhammad through the seed of Hagar unto the Arabians. There's Guru Monk Singh of India, 1469, a living guru, Swami Chadisvilaxandada. It states, for those who doubt the presence of a goddess. Marcus Mosai Garvey of Jamaica, 1887, Noble Drew Ali, through the seed of the Kwaikita Moors of North America. This for the people running around here talking about that they are the ones that are Native Americans. But anyway, it says 1886 to name a few. Each of these prophets, although last recognized by their own people, taught the divine instruction necessary to place their nation back on the straight path. Drew Ali is a direct descendant of the ancient Amexa mound builders of the Great Atlantic Continental Divide. Some of their recent Canaanite descendants have rejoined their roots with these ancient ones through their more modern tribal names of Cherokee, Tonica, Choctaw, Tula, and the proclaiming Washita of America. They are all from the heritage of West African Mandingo Moors. His ancient forefathers were the tribes who were the shipbuilding, seafaring inhabitants of East and West continents of Africa. The American continents have always been charted as a Northwest and Southwest Africa. Thus, so are his people. Noble Drew Ali cannot be truthfully denied being a messenger to the established world of Islam, nor can he be denied fulfilling the duties of a prophet to the nation of lost found Moors here in America. In fact, in the questionnaire he wrote, who is Noble Drew Ali? He is Allah's prophet. What is our prophet to us, Moorish Americans? To us, he is an angel of Allah sent to bring us the everlasting gospel of Allah. What is the everlasting gospel? It is a saving power which comes from Allah through our ancient fathers by his prophet. So we pick back up now on the screen. It says these kinds of questions show faith in Allah's word and support the question for the questionnaire. What is our prophet to us? Answer to us, he is an angel of Allah sent to bring us the everlasting gospel of Allah. Our prophet has done for us what his father ordained him to do. That was to bring us the everlasting gospel and everything necessary to uplift us as a clean and pure and clean nation, so we could take our rightful place in the affairs of man and be one with Allah. No one but a major prophet could raise such a stiff-necked, hard-headed, and stubborn people. To us, the Moorish American Muslim, Prophet Sharif Abdul Ali is an angel of Allah, because an angel of Allah is a thought of Allah made manifested in human flesh. Spirit man is a thought of Allah made manifest in human flesh. A prophet is a thought of Allah made manifested in human flesh. This is what we teach in our Moorish Holy Quran. You can't stop Allah from thinking, because you can't circumscribe his thoughts. So it says, truly, he has been there and done that. Now, notwithstanding, there is not a Muslim on this planet that can prove there are not many needs of a prophet to save us. The people, nor can they circumscribe the Almighty Allah to not raise our prophet from amongst us. No Muslim, no man, no son of a man can do either. Praise Allah, the benevolent, most supreme, beneficent, for having mercy on the wretchedness of the Moors. Have mercy on those who hide the holy books behind their backs. Let he who dares to circumscribe the will in the mercy of Allah and stand forth with his bolder will, and to deny and circumscribe Allah's glory in America. It says, hold your head up, you mighty Moors. See what Allah has sent to you, a great avatar of your own. It says, whom you can uplift before the faces of men, your own nationality and your own old-time religion, a faith so perfect even an NBC cannot destroy it. The names and lives you live are borrowed from foreign lands. The gods you serve are not your own. Your prophet has returned to you your flag with your land to plant it in, celestial clothes to match your starry crowns. From your mouth will pave roads to civilization, and from your open eye, all nations shall see the glory of Allah. Another reason Noble Drew Ali stated he is Allah's prophet, a prophet of Allah, ordained by Allah, etc., is because no other man, religion, or nation has stepped to the plate to save the so-called NBC from slavery and assumable jurisdiction. Not one in over 400 years has proclaimed the ex-slaves by their one free national name, other than Drew Ali. This holds true for every head of state, religious movement, presidents of these United States. Ali's prophethood is a divine and national fact. Although there are many entities opposed to the resurrection of the Moorish people, tribes, this opposition is truly greatest among the Moorish themselves, mainly because of the systematic mental beatdown during 500 years of slavery that has rendered them into a state of hopelessness and unworthy of a true sign from the great God. This is as it was with those, it says, with which Moses came to deliver from the pharaohs of Egypt. Their carvings for the cravings for the diet of their former slave master made very strong calls to their taste. Yet the calls did not negate the authenticity of Moses' prophethood. He brought them everything they needed to save themselves, as did Drew Ali in these days. There will always be a people who will doubt the prophethood of this mighty angel. But can they honestly deny Noble Drew Ali did indeed perform the greatest miracle of all time and climes? Through the grace of God did he not raise to life a new, clean, and pure nation from the 500-year-old carcasses of Negroes, black, and colored persons? These people were buried so deep into the recycled slavery of the ex post facto amendments of the United States Constitution that nobody could hear them pray. Then he forgave them for everything they did before realizing he was their savior and placed them within the seal of their free national name and number. As to who is Noble Drew Ali, he is Allah's prophet. He is an angel from the great God of the Moorish forefathers who has been sent to bring us, the Moorish Americans, and humanity, the everlasting Islamism gospel of Allah. As an angel, Drew Ali brought a saving power that comes from Allah through our ancient fathers. He used the degree of prophet manifested in human flesh because carnal man could not comprehend his presence as a perfect being. Above all, Noble Drew Ali is unquestionably the last avatar to appear on earth. Yet, he was born from amongst the people he was sent to save and proudly accepted his nationality as Moorish American. His religion is the old-time Islamism. Blessed are they who see El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali as their savior who brought them the only truth to set them free. And we don't mean that in no spooky way. We don't mean that in the form of worshiping Prophet Noble Drew Ali, because we don't worship Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He was the one that brought our people salvation. If they are willing to embrace that and accept it as it is. And you see it here. I came just before the fire. When the fire comes, I will be your water. Get behind me, or you won't make it through. Drew Ali. So y'all see me go over, the hadiths and the prophecies and everything else, family. It don't get no plainer than that. That's the plain truth right there, family. So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna stop sharing this right here, and let me see what our family demonstrating right here, and we'll pick back up because I got something I really want to put out here. Because we got somebody out here want to play, and we're gonna go ahead and expose them since they want to be famous. So I see our family in here building. Honors to our family, Born Dog, Sister Cena Renee. Honors to our beloved brother, creator of the Boundless Universe family. Noble Brian, Abazu. Honors to your family for showing up again. Our family Thad, honors to your family. Carbon Dog Matter, honors to you, Noble Brian. Yeah. Honors to our family Marquise. So yeah, Marquise. Yeah, they think we can't go into that Arab bill. We done did it so many times, but they still in denial. That let me know they don't care. What it is we bring forth. They busy want to try to go against something, even though they don't have knowledge of it. Our family say creator of Boundless Universe at Commission Adab Herefin, Muhammad ibn Abdullah al-Wahhab, reform of Islam, created Wahhabism. That's correct. Yeah, the fake Muhammad. We know about that one. Then Born Dog, I agree. Commission Adept, Herefin, Jordanians, the House of Saud. Yeah, we familiar with that. It was Ibn Saud who actually recognized Prophet Muhammad too. But yeah, the Saudis have definitely went astray from the original cause. They definitely have went astray from their cause. We even got a depiction, on our page based on that. Because they should be right now honoring Prophet Noble Drew Ali, but that's why all of them in hellacious conditions, include Morocco, because of what they have done and what they had their hands in. So karma is real. That's all I say. We had a situation arise, and this was actually last night. I seen this, but I didn't want to address it. We got this one brother here. I'm gonna get into my let me go into the history, and I'll pull the video right up. We finna set the record straight real quick. We got to get some straightening, because if somebody ever see this video, we want to put them in check, since they want to get out there and put me all on the big screen and don't want to be like a man when you done let these Arabs. Now we finna show you a brother that has actually let the Arabs sway him away from the prophet, but he up here trying to talk about us over here as Moors in the government and don't know what he talking about. Here it is right here. Yes, sir. We got it. We own it. Justice is on the manifest. We're going to click through this stuff right here. But we got agent provocateurs everywhere, family. They always trying to do stuff for wrong. All this right here is being done for wrong. I know they working for wrong. They can't fool me. We ain't fear nothing though, because we ain't doing nothing. We don't break no law as far as dealing with doing no dirt. So ain't no pressure. He is the one. So this brother here, and I seen him throughout the years trying to talk about the science, and I know he really ain't really in understanding. He's done jumped in deep waters, and he's basically not qualified to say anything about anything Moorish. But I've been noticing this brother for years. He always have been out here like he's some type of a crusader or whatever for the true Moors. But we finna expose this one. Let me see right here. I got to expose him, since he want to try to mix us up and put us in something that we ain't got nothing to do with. And I can tell he don't understand who exactly we are. I'm trying to find that one video. I may end up having to go through another route. This man right here literally let the Arab persuade him to go against the prophet. Let's see. Where's that? Let's see. I may be able to find it just through here. Let's see. And then I'm going to open it up once we get there. Okay. I think it may be on
Now, this person just made that up.
Okay, there it go right there. Okay, they go. This is the one right here. Here it go.
Yeah.
Look at here.
Well, yeah, thanks.
He get an Arab up here on this panel. You know what I mean? And he just fell all the way outside of the teaching. This man dictated the whole conversation. I reached out to this guy and have a conversation with him. Tell you why I did it. Now, this the dude. Now, look at this over here. I want y'all to pay attention to something real quick. Notice on this video, his conversation with this Arab. The Arab even wore fez over there. The really men. Notice the flag that they got behind them. Who flag that is right there, people? Who flag is that right there behind them? He got our flag behind them talking to this Arab, but yet he gonna come and try to disrespect this same flag. He ain't even part of our movement. You know what I mean? But he got to look, watch this. You got to see this stuff. Y'all got to see it to believe it. I ain't gonna drag the whole night out with this here.
Well, yeah, thanks.
I'm gonna just get toward
where's your
a certain thing. Watch how he turn against the mold.
He removes them. Now there's online learning, right?
Right. Yeah.
Which is not the same thing. But if you connect with a proper traditional scholar, so again, I'll give you a couple of names online, right? There's Dr. Shadi Al-Masri and his arc. Safina Society. So these people are offering, online courses as well too. There's also Seeker's Guidance, which is free and it's based here in Toronto.
So he basically got this brother
or any person was Allah in man or God in man, anything like that. And actually, and this is all due respect to the different organizations, but in the teachings that Drew Ali brought, it says specifically, when it's speaking about the devil, that the devil isn't the white man. It isn't, don't blame that. If you want to seek the devil within. It is your lower self. And you overcome that devil by seeking your higher self and doing all of the attributes and all of the qualities that are, of our higher self, that are noble, being about love, truth, again with respect, because with the Nation of Islam, that teaching got completely rearranged or remixed. And
so you see, he on here speaking with an Arab, about the laundry in our house. You understand? We'll never get up here, and go on the platform with no Arab Muslim to get up here and disrespect anything that got to do with our people, even if we disagree on a few things. But this is already let you know he couldn't wait to get up here, just like a video vixen, and get up here before this Arab to show his behind. Now watch him now.
Subsequently, they began teaching, or some individuals began teaching, that the black man is God, the white man is the devil. And that is where, eventually you hear Brother Malcolm X, also known as El-Hajj Malik Shabazz, he initially started preaching that same thing until he went to Mecca. And then he
he want to become the Moorish authority recognized by the Orthodox world. He want to be accepted by the Orthodox Arabs, while he low-key going against the prophet. He low-key gonna get converted by this Arab. The Arab wielding, his scimitar on this dude. Watch this. I want to get to it. Some of the stuff he's saying.
I did notice that on the last page, it said, this is point number 6 on the last page. We as a clean and pure nation, descended from the inhabitants of Africa, do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the families of the pale-skinned nations of Europe. Good thing Hamza is not here with us.
Okay. So he letting you know he reading the Moorish Holy Quran. Watch this now.
So you don't want to marry into the families of the pale-skinned nations of Europe. And the rest of it's all good stuff. Neither serve the gods of their religion and so forth and so on. So again, I mean, I'll just kind of give my 2 cents on that. And then, of course, your opinion on this is far more important. But looking at this as a Sunni Muslim, again, let me warn you, and I don't want this to put you on the defensive. The average Muslim will look at that and say, there you go. It's un-Islamic. It's wrong. It contradicts the Quran, contradicts the teachings of the Prophet. This group is some really misguided cult. There's no hope for it. So don't let that stuff scare you off or put you on the defensive or put you into ego mode. I mean, that's just the way life is, right? I'm trying to kind of take a sympathetic approach here. So the way
you got to take a sympathetic approach toward the Moors, because the Sunnis is right.
I'm looking at that, if I were to take a sympathetic interpretation of that, would be that, as you said, Noble Drew Ali is not teaching that white people are devils, because he hasn't taught that anywhere else. But this...
Oh, yes, he did teach it in the 102s. He said the pale-skinned European was the sons of Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast. Yes, he did.
This might just have been a practical strategy at the time for Moors to get back to their religion, get back to their culture, get back to their way of life, which obviously can...
That's about the only thing he got right. Their culture, their religion, their way of life. Not the Arab's religion.
Very easily become diluted when you start intermarrying with people of other backgrounds and faiths, right?
So he letting you know that as an Arab, he think that mixing with other backgrounds and faith dilute his people. So he ain't about that going outside of the Arab race. He letting him know that right there.
So again, how do you look at that? Is that something you look at as written in stone? If there was a righteous white Muslim woman that you had interest in, would you disqualify her from marriage because of her pale skin, or would you take a more kind of liberal interpretation of what we see there?
That's a beautiful question. My perspective on that particular line, and just kind of the trail that it goes with, or that comes with it, is a bit different than I would say a lot of the Moors, a lot of other Moors in the community, because a lot of them take that line and use that as a way to try to discriminate and say there's no Europeans that are allowed to join the Moorish Science Temple of America.
You see that? You see what this boy doing? Do y'all see this? I don't even know this dude, but I seen a video last night when I was on here doing the last class, and I got off there and I kind of scanned over it, family. And this one, I'm gonna show you why I'm getting at it. I let him get by with putting our flag up there in the background while he was up here talking to people misrepresenting us. You see, because I've been trying to get at him for that. I got at the Arab though. The Arab told me we would talk, and then when it came time to set up the conversation, he ran. I guess he had went and looked at some of my videos and said, "Oh, I don't even want to deal with this guy." He probably already seen him already. You know what I mean? But so that's why I never talked to him. This brother here, you'll see by the end of this, ain't no need in talking to him. He jeffing like I don't know what.
America is an organization, which to me is completely, it goes against what Noble Drew Ali taught, because in the literature that I read from earlier, there's a line that says that here in United States of America, the religious door swings open to all. And, everyone.
He won't quote the prophet when the prophet said that we are not to amalgamate, and bring that back round to what's being said. He read it earlier, but he ain't standing on it. So he being swayed right now. Watch it.
Should be allowed the pursuit to seek the, I'm paraphrasing, but to seek the truth in religion, if they so choose. So a lot of people will use that and say, yes, see, this is saying that, Europeans are not allowed into the organization, where from the way I read it and interpret it, I believe it's speaking more about in a political. Look at
that. He ain't even speaking with authority as if he know, he believe. Belief is the first degree on the 3-step ladder. What you think is the truth. See, he don't even know how to be the truth. But he out here trying to conversate with somebody about the Moors and talk down on the Moors, throw shade at the Moors while trying to be a Moor.
Mind frame or state in the sense that they say marry into the pale skin nations. This is families. Excuse me. Is it families? Let me double check.
He don't even know his own book.
I had it here. I closed it too early.
Pale skin nations. Marry into the families of the pale skin nations of Europe.
We do not seek to do that.
When I looked into amalgamate, and then I think about marry into the families of nations, my thought goes into there's something to do with descendancy, something to do with heritage.
He trying to sugarcoat it, yeah.
Also culture, and to not abandoning your culture in the sense of not like giving up your name and taking on the family name of the family in Europe per se. That's just like one example. So to me, that it's more so speaking of, don't abandon our culture and marry into this, this family and this nation and take on their gods and their cultures and customs. No. We're returning that to them because that's for their earthly salvation. Whereas we have something for our earthly and divine salvation. So it's not just simply, for your salvation here in this earth in the temporary sense, but we have a culture, we have a creed that is here, that is for us. But that being said, it doesn't say also that pale skin European people can't marry into the Moorish family, or they can't come into our nation, our families of nations. So at least that's my perspective on it. You know what I mean? I can't say I'm the authority on it, but to me, that's where I feel it's leading to per se.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense, and I really appreciate the way that you read it. And again, I can't speak for all Sunni Muslims either, but I imagine that they would appreciate everything that you're saying, because obviously for us, intermarriage between different races is not an issue per se. It's something that is allowed. Look, here's the thing. I tell Nation of Islam members similar things, that because certain things are allowed doesn't mean you have to do it, right? So if it's somehow threatening, I'm not speaking to you now, I'm just speaking to this generic Nation of Islam guy. If intermarriage and white
generic Nation of Islam
people, coming into the organization somehow threatens your blackness, well, Islam is not saying you have to do it. Islam doesn't say you have to marry a white woman or an Arab woman. Marry black. And then, because a lot of the politics and theology gets mixed up for some strange reason. And so Nation of Islam members tell me, well, we need our black businesses. We need our businesses owned by black people, not by Arabs. This and that. I say, go ahead. That's not what we're debating here. If you're a Sunni Muslim and you wanted black,
the Quran does not call nobody no Sunni Muslim people. They done created their own sect. And that's the problem.
You wanted businesses in black areas to be owned by black people. By all means, this will not invalidate your Islam. That's just your political, social stance. You're entitled to it. You know what I mean? But what we're concerned about is theology and beliefs. You know what I mean? So marrying a white person is
as if they have a monopoly on theology and what people believe. Ain't nowhere in the Quran. In the Quran, it say, count not your Islam as a favor upon me. You ain't the one that make the Muslim. Allah is the one that make the Muslim. So what is he talking about? theology.
Is different from believing that Allah does not allow my race to marry a Chinese person or a Japanese person. That's what Muslims would object to. So I appreciate your answer. At the same time, I can imagine a bit of pushback on that point. I mean, I could imagine
Even though he tried to sugarcoat it, he's saying we still ain't accepting it, basically.
Temple saying, well, that whole thing started by saying we as a pure race, right? So no, there's something intrinsic about the Moor or about the black man that
they don't want the Moor talking about how pure they are. You heard what the chairman was just saying now in the book. This is a prime example. Look at it, family. Look at it. They don't like that. A pure and clean nation. What's wrong with pure and clean nation, people? It don't call you no Sunni, but you calling yourself Sunni. See, this is what happened right here, man, when you get hit over the head with that 7 mall so hard, you know, and you don't know what to think. Somebody else can think for you. Watch this.
It makes us more pure in Allah's sight. I'm just saying I could imagine that kind of pushback. And as I hear you give all of these explanations, Brother Rami, I have...
And in fact, Allah said that the ones who will be saved is the one that's sincere and purified by his grace. The shaitan can't touch him. So what is he talking about?
Feelings, because it's like when I talk to someone who self-identifies as a Christian, but they tell me they don't believe Jesus is divine. They don't believe Jesus is God. So then I say, well, wait a minute, man. Why are you calling yourself a Christian exactly? Because you're actually closer to Islam. You don't realize it, but you're closer to Islam than you are to Christianity. So in a way, I'm tempted to kind of also ask you, like, okay, why identify with this particular organization when in reality, I feel from our conversation so far that your beliefs, your feelings, and your sentiments seem to be much closer to that of a normal, mainstream Sunni Muslim.
Nah, you said
but
it
I
right.
have conflicting feelings.
He said it right. He say normal to what he think is normal. Look at him. Now watch him, y'all. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Then the other part of me says that, well, we don't have a problem with a label or a name. We have a problem with wrong beliefs. And so if you can stay in that organization and help other people in that organization to just understand the clear picture and what this is all pointing to, then does it really matter if you call yourself part of the Moorish Science Temple and wear a red fez cap? And that's not the problem here, right? That's not our...
So he want him to become an agent, provocateur, basically. Stay in the ranks, but push Sunniism on the people. And that's basically what's going on with this cat. He done been compromised.
Real issue. These are just the outward symbols, right?
Man, that's yes. I think about that a lot. I mean, to your point, this is maybe back in 2012 when I had begun, and just to be super transparent, my search for the truth began when I hit an extremely low point in my life and literally just was walking on the street and dropped down and started praying to God saying, hey, listen, I don't know the right way. You see I'm messed up. Just show me the right way to go. I'm following your lead. You know what I mean? Like, I remember it's like 7 a.m, just on the side, on the street in the sidewalk. Then now, mind you, I hadn't studied Islam like that, or to really understand that a Muslim, in the true sense of the word, is submitting your will to to God. So it's like I had that. I had a Muslim brother named Muhammad in a taxi. I noticed his Quran.
A brother named Muhammad in a taxi. No way.
Listen, brother of mine in Boston. I was on the East Coast, and I noticed his book in the front, and it had the beautiful calligraphy kind of design on it. I said, what kind of book is it? Because it didn't have a name. He said it's the Quran, and I said, oh, okay. And I started asking him some questions because I was just seeking to learn more. And he said, brother, are you Muslim? And I said, oh, no, I wouldn't dare claim that. I'm trying to learn more about different religions, and I'm interested, and I just bought a Quran, but I wouldn't call myself a Muslim. And he laughed. He said, "Brother, even if you don't know it, you're Muslim." and I remember when he said that, I was like, all right, you know what I mean? And by the end of the ride, I spoke to him about my name, because obviously I wasn't given the name Rami Salam El. But I was seeking to find a name that wasn't connected to us being enslaved to a European person. And he said, "Brother, a good name for you would be Abdullah." He said, "Most people, they'll say that it means a slave of Allah, but in essence, it's really just saying you're a servant of Allah. You know what I mean? It's not a slave." He was explaining that it's not a slave in the sense that, I'm probably thinking. And I took that and I said, well, I'm not going to use that name just yet, but I'm going to hold on to that and do some more studying. And so, that is a name that I hold on dearly. I just don't typically use it when I'm speaking to Moors. But I say all of that to say, to your point, that is why I'm so interested in learning more about Sunni Islam. Orthodox Islam, or building with Sunni Muslims and just Muslims that have really studied Islam, so that I can better understand, these teachings that were given to our people, and help, do my part to guide others as well as myself on the right path. Because I feel
Prophet Noble Drew Ali path ain't right, huh? Prophet say, return your card and fez and return to the state where he found you. Turn them in.
As Brother Malcolm had taught me, it's the duty of those that know to teach those that don't know. And I know that I'm in a unique position to be able to study these.
Can't give what you don't have, brother. How you gonna teach what you don't know?
Different kinds of things, and communicate it back in a way that is a little bit more digestible than some other people. And so, that's kind of essentially where I am right now. But I've heard from more than a few people that, say, brother, you sound like you're right there being Muslim. You know what I mean? And so, I understand.
Definitely. I genuinely feel that. And just a little comment on the name Abdullah, that even if we take that literally as slave of Allah, not only does it not have any connection to the idea of unjust human slavery or race-based injustice or race-based slavery, it's actually a complete disconnect from the idea of human slavery. Because when you call yourself a slave of Allah, what you're really saying is, I'm not anyone else's slave, I'm his slave. And I'll honor you, I'll respect you, I'll obey you. But the minute you tell me to do something that goes against the divine commands, I'm obligated to follow that first, and not what any human being is telling me or obliging me to do. So it's a really beautiful name in that way. And by the way, Brother Rami, your search, and even when you mentioned this kind of point of desperation, that you hit, you just cried out to God for guidance. It's beautiful. And you physically fell down, am I right? You physically fell down.
Yes, literally on the ground. Yeah.
First of all, this is very telling as well. This is a point I share with many non-Muslims, including Christians and members of other religions, which is that I say that, look, Muslims, obviously, we don't believe that God physically becomes a person or he incarnates. It's not befitting that God do that. But just for argument's sake, let's say God was standing physically right in front of me. What would be your the most natural, instinctive reaction for you to do? Would it be to jump up and down and start singing gospel songs? Would it be to look for a folk guitar so you can start singing some country song? What if God was right in front of you? What would be the most natural thing for you to do? Wouldn't it be for you to fall down in complete physical and spiritual?
Just like Abraham did last night in chapter 18 of Genesis, when God showed himself as a man.
Spiritual submission and just worship your Lord. So my point is that this is one of the reasons we believe that human beings are inherently, intrinsically Muslim. It's part of our nature to be Muslim, because, as you said, nobody taught you that. Nobody said, hey, Rami, if you hit a low point in life and you want to be close to Allah, fall down in prostration. It's just something that comes naturally to the human being, right? Similarly, the way Muslims supplicate when we do what's called dua. supplicating, we asking God for things. Again, you see the beggar on the street. Isn't this what they're doing? Like, look, do you have 5 cents? Do you have a little bit of change you can give me? So we're asking God, we're begging, supplicating to God, right? And another thing that struck me is that your story, everyone's story is unique, yet at the same time, your story can be seen as representative of like the Black American struggle and search in general, because it's not only your family, as you said, it's a whole people that have been dispossessed and robbed of their ancestral ways and so forth. And Dr. Sherman Jackson, one of the names that I put to you in the chat, in one lecture online, like he made a very powerful point, and I won't be able to do it justice the way I paraphrase it, but he put it very powerfully, right? He said that, do you think it's a coincidence that the only Western non-Muslim country in which there is communal conversion to Islam is America, which just happens to be the most powerful nation on the planet? So what we mean by communal conversion, obviously, is not that all the Black Americans have become Muslim. That's not what we mean. But we mean a sizable segment of African Americans have adopted Islam in the past half century only. And so the average Black American has either an uncle, a parent, a cousin, a second cousin, someone in their family that is a Muslim, right? So arguably, it would be a bit easier for you to become Sunni Muslim than for the average white person. The average white person, if he converts to Islam and changes his name from Robert to Khalil or Abdullah, is like, what happened to you, man? You do it, it's like, yeah, there's plenty of non-Muslim Blacks named Jamal and Karima, and it's just, so he asked the question, is it a coincidence that it's the most powerful nation on the earth, which is the only nation that has communal conversion to Islam? And point number two, is it a coincidence that the community that underwent that communal conversion to Islam in the most powerful nation in the earth just happens to be the only community, the only American community that is not associated with the oppression and the injustice and the imperialism of that country? See, look, when someone in the world says they hate Americans, they're not thinking of you.
Right.
They're not picturing you, right? They're picturing a Donald Rumsfeld, a George Bush, or something like that. So, in other words, Dr. Sherman's point was that the communal conversion of African Americans in Islam in the past half century is a modern day miracle. It's a modern day miracle that should be acknowledged as such, not only by Black Muslims in America, but by every Muslim in the world. In the same way that we don't look at the change that the Arabs underwent in the 7th century under the tutelage of the Prophet Muhammad. We don't look at that as an Arab phenomenon, or we see that as Allah's intervention in the affairs of the 7th century Arabs, and he transformed them and he changed them. Every Turkish Muslim, every Iranian Muslim, every white Muslim embraces and recognizes and acknowledges that miracle in history. So Dr. Sherman Jackson is saying in the same way, he says, I'm not saying this because I'm Black, I'm saying this because I'm a Muslim. Every Muslim should acknowledge and embrace and recognize that Allah still works miracles in this day and age. And the African American Muslim is a proof of that. It's a deep point. It's very deep.
It's extremely deep, especially when you factor in the propaganda and the media and the attack that Islam has been under, particularly the past 20 years, 9/11 and all of that. But like, it's been a concentrated effort, to smear, slander, just completely confuse the understanding of Islam. And yet, and still, there's still people, all the time that, apparently converting into or becoming Muslim or reverting to being Muslim. Man, I have to really think on that some more, because that is very profound. That's extremely profound.
And your story is and this could perhaps be one of our wrap-up points, because I have to pray the Asr prayer, which is the late afternoon prayer here. But like on that note, you are part of that story, of that miracle, of that intervention of Allah in modern day, America, specifically amongst Black Americans, but that has affected other people as well too. I mean, I've met white Muslims who, when I asked them why did they become Muslim, they told me they read the autobiography of Malcolm X. And yeah, and one of the very prominent American Muslim scholars who is white, his name is, I always get his name wrong, Abdullah Farooq, I think Dr. Abdullah Farooq.
I think I know you're speaking of.
Yeah, elderly, white, academically inclined, white Muslim scholar. He that was his first contact point with Islam, was the autobiography of Malcolm X. So yeah, and Moorish Science Temple, of course, is a part of that story. And I think we should acknowledge it as such, that if you want a complete history of Islam in America, then yeah, we will have to mention at some point the Moorish Science Temple, just like we will at some point have to mention the Nation of Islam. But again, I say the same thing that I say to my Christian friends when they kind of get stuck on Jesus, is that if Jesus is the signpost, it means keep on moving, right? So here in Toronto, we have a big tower. It used to be the largest tower in the world, the CN Tower in Toronto. So I mean, if a group of tourists came from Japan, pre-pandemic, of course, right? A group of tourists came and they saw a sign that said CN Tower 2 kilometers that way. And now I'm totally racially stereotyping Japanese right now, but they just stop and they start taking photographs of this sign. And like half an hour later, they're still just taking pictures of the sign that says CN Tower 2 kilometers up that way. At some point, I'm going to be tempted to intervene and to go to them and say, look, this sign is very beautiful, but like keep going, right? Like the real thing is there, right? So
Indeed.
In the same way, I can appreciate the role that Moorish Science Temple, Nation of Islam, has played as a signpost. But like, we don't want, none of us, this is not only for you, for myself too, none of us want to just get stuck in life at a particular point in learning. We all want to continue to grow and evolve. So we will pray for you, you pray for us, and may Allah guide all of us, to the correct and full path of Islam, and unite us as brothers and sisters in this life, and more importantly, as brothers and sisters in the next life.
Indeed, it's a lot. Before we go, I just wanted to share real quick with you this book called The Diary of Malcolm X. Have you heard of that?
The Diary of Malcolm X.
Yeah, so
I have not heard of it.
It's the Diary of Malcolm X, El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. So it had his Muslim name. It's by Herb Boyd, and they literally transcribed his journal, his travel journal notes, and they have images of his.
I can guarantee you that this guy asked this guy about me, and he probably said, "No, don't talk to that dude right there." I can guarantee you that.
Actual handwriting from when he went to the East, and he was meeting with a lot of different Muslim leaders and just different leaders from the East. I humbly suggest you, if you can, pick that book up, because it is, that would open up a whole nother box, but it is extremely revealing. And it gives a even more context and another layer to just how amazing that brother was. And it also, I'll just say it gives you, it makes you question a little bit the autobiography of Malcolm X, just in terms of what they decided to leave or not include in that book. But thank you so much for the conversation. I greatly appreciate it. I hope that we can continue this, and I will be, taking a lot of the wisdom and advice, and just making that next, more steps forward, and not being as shy about certain things. And so, God willing, I'll be able to make some connections with some other Muslims around this community and further this goal that I have.
And by the way, Malcolm X was a light for me as well too, as a Pakistani descended Muslim too, because the 1992 Spike Lee film came out when I believe I was 15 years old. And that's the first movie I just went to the cinema and watched by myself because none of my friends were interested in watching it. And I didn't know his story. I hadn't read the autobiography of Malcolm X. And watching that movie was actually one of the very powerful moments, in my life. And you could say it helped in my religious awakening as well too, because before that, Muslim and Pakistani for me were synonymous. You see what I mean? So it had a bit of a tribal coloring for me too. Islam was something that you did with your Pakistani family and your Pakistani circle of friends on the weekend. It's an extension of your culture. Now, I'm not playing completely stupid. Obviously, I had a vague idea that there's white Muslims as well. I had a vague idea that there's some black Muslims, and obviously Saudi Arabia, where we go for the Hajj, is an Arab country. The Quran is in Arabic, but I hadn't had many dealings outside of just our Pakistani circle of Muslim friends. And so watching that film really made me more aware that, Islam is much bigger than my race. Islam is much bigger than my family, than my tribe. It's something that has continued relevance for all people in all times. Because if this guy found it, this guy from Harlem in the 1950s found it and it helped him, then it's something I need to look at again much more carefully.
Gotcha.
So Brother Rami, thank you so much for your time. I didn't expect it to go on for this long actually, but that's a compliment to you because I found this very engaging, and I appreciated your questions and your answers as well to my questions. And please check your email because I'll just send you a one-line follow-up to this. It's an important one-line follow-up to this conversation. But I hope, inshallah, that we will connect again and talk again, inshallah.
I would love to, and hopefully I'll make it out to Toronto at some point.
Yes, definitely. After the pandemic, definitely. And I'll show you some good Pakistani Indian food. You know. Yes.
Please do, and just to share, just in closing, if nothing else, in terms of the message that Noble Drew Ali was bringing, the very basic is to love instead of hate. That we are for peace and not destruction, and that we do our best to represent and live by the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And so, God willing, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, and I accept your tough love as well too. So this is not just something for the camera. As I said, please check your email afterwards. I would love to connect.
Tough love.
Again, it can be for shorter periods of time, but I will be more than happy to show you the basic ropes when and if you're ready to learn about the prayers and things like that. I will be more than happy to try to extend some help to you. Consider me, I'm a very limited resource, but I'm an available resource. I'm there for you, and just please know that.
Greatly appreciate it, brother. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Much love. God bless. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
God bless to you. God bless you and your family. And apologies to whoever was waiting on you, whether that was family or friends. Thank you for their time as well too.
Here's my son. It's all love. Thank you.
Wa alaikum salam. Take care, brother. Take care.
All right. Peace.
Okay, so now check that out right there, right? This is your boy. Now watch this. I didn't even know he did this. You got our flag up there behind you, right? Hold up. Let me get this out of here. Let's see. Now watch this. That's right, Marquise. Watch what he do. Okay, that's my share, and that's why it won't go out of there. So I'm finna show y'all what this guy did. Why he came up on my radar. I've been seeing him for years. I ain't never had nothing to go at him for. But I just seen this last night while I was on here. Watch this. Now, we already showed you that he got our flag behind him, right? He got our flag behind him, the Moors. Watch this. This is why the prophet said don't let no foreign Muslim get on your roster. I ain't got nothing against that Arab. He can be what he want to be. Thing is, like I say, look up here. Then down here on this video, is there a Moorish American government? Now watch this. This is what I'm talking about right here.
Okay, I wanted to show that, just so you understand. If you see things like that,
he had this. This was actually brother Jeff Billingsley that be on here sometime. He was making a statement about the Moors, but listen to what he says,
which doesn't make sense at all. I already covered that in the last video, but I wanted to highlight this next section here. I'm pointing on my screen.
Honest God, brother Jeff Billingsley too, for standing up for the truth.
You can't do that. But it says Moorish Americans. It's a picture. Moorish Americans' loyalty is to their Moorish American government, a theocratic form of government. Theocratic because we answer to a much higher authority. Now, this person just made that up. Okay, I wanted to show that, just so you understand. If you see things like that, understand he made that up. There is no Moorish American government. That's just bogus. I don't really know, how else to tell you that. You know what I mean? If you see people that are pushing that, it doesn't even make sense trying to ask them how to substantiate what they're claiming. Just understand that they're not being honest. Either they are delusional or they're lying to you. You know what I mean? It's one of the two, or just maybe, no, I won't say delusional. They just may be grossly misinformed. I don't want to, I'm trying to be respectful.
No, you grossly misinformed.
But I did want to share this video.
So now he's going to share a video of a sister that we have actually, I went after them. I done addressed this sister because they calling themselves the Moorish American government after we did. They followed the brother Cannon Bay up there in Chicago. And so I reached out to them and said, y'all know it's only one government, right? Because, they even had my Grand National Secretary of the State voice off our conference call where she was reading the Constitution. They got up there with the FBI, had her open up a measure when Cannon Baden was conversating with the FBI, basically, and trying to make it seem like he the federal government or this and all that. I can even go to their page. They probably still got it on there where they took our divine Constitution, now the one that we got, put it up in their page, and then converted our divine Constitution into a divine Constitution on the Moorish Science Temple. You see what I'm saying? Creating confusion. You see what I'm saying? This is what they did now. And the way they try to do it, because we call ourselves Moorish American government.land. I want to say they had their little thing established on the Moorish government.land. I'm going to see. Because we were the only person used .land. Me and the chairman was, on the call when we came up with Moorish American government.land, because we wanted to distinguish ourselves from that other foolishness. But they, hold up. Oh, I see it ain't letting us go in there. Let's see something. Let's see. And they the reason why they out here trying to identify the Moors. Talking about sovereign citizen foolishness. They know who is who. Okay, I think I think this might be, let me see. This may be ours here. Where is that? They might have changed it because we got out there and got at them. But it's these people right here, though. These same people. And they actually had took a lot of our documents and made them their own. So we got at these ones. At least I got at them. Because y'all already know I don't even play. You know, I got at them about it. And let me see if it'll pull it up this way. I got old videos that I pulled up on here too. And this is where the confusion come in at. You know, because you got people like this, and I personally feel like Rome be the ones that put them up to do it. Not that one. Let's see. Look like they done finally hit it. That might have been it, what I was hitting, but it wouldn't come up. Let's see. Let me see if it was it this one. No. Let me see. Let's see if it come up under that. Yeah, I think they done. Yeah, I think they done tried to get in here and they done removed it. This is one of them. Let me see. Because I might be able to find it under this one too. Because they got a couple of different websites they had created. Is this it? No, that ain't that same one we was in. Okay. But these are definitely confusion. When you see these type of people right here, these people here are definitely on some agent provocateur type stuff. I'm trying to find the link to that one website that actually had the documents in here. It looked like they done took a lot of it off of here though. They done switched it up probably after I went in on them. That's a good thing. You know, but now they calling themselves the federal government, United States of America Republic, and all that other nonsense. You know, but anyway, I'm gonna show you what this brother did. I'm gonna go back to what he said. Watch this.
I just want to show an example.
I'm trying to mix us with this sister.
She said judge. She's not a judge. I mean, she said a lot. This whole video, I don't even want to play the whole thing. The main thing that I want to say is that this person is not legitimate. Please do not listen to her and take her advice, or more to the point, please do not think that what she is saying is what Noble Drew Ali was teaching, or what true Moorish Americans support or co-sign or agree with, because it's not at all. In fact, I didn't realize until just a second ago about the Moorish American Consulate. I did videos on that group, and I maybe I just didn't even realize that she was a part of that. But I did videos warning people about that group because I seen Taj, Tariq Bey, and Jamal the guy from the Rise of the Moors group.
And we're not affiliated with neither one of them groups. We talk against, we condemn that type of behavior, right? But watch this. I want to get to the point.
Because I seen her making videos about some sort of Moorish American government. I just wanted to highlight this as well. Yeah, see, she got the Moorish American Consulate website, but just to be clear, she's now calling herself Moroccan national. And so she's revamping the spin, you know what I mean? I guess the Moorish American con scams kind of stuff has ran its course, and now she's revamping and now going to Moroccan states and Moroccan nationals, which is ridiculous as well. And prayers to the people of Morocco, brothers and sisters, going through a difficult time out there. Yeah, so that lady, the Sharon woman, with all due respect to her, like Tahiri Bey, those two individuals are not legitimate. You hear them talking about Moorish American government, Moorish American national, Moorish American federal republic government, any of that kind of stuff, just know it's not legitimate. All right. And I'm almost getting to wrapping it up. Peace. Yeah, I'm seeing the comments. My bad. I'm peace, Facts and Frauds. Peace, Albert Bay. Peace, King Bay. Yeah. Following those individuals will get you locked up. You know what I mean? I'm just being real. I would advise anybody to just stay away from that kind of ideology. Matter of fact, I'm going to get to that in the end. But let me go to this one other video that I wanted to show, because it is, well, I'll just show it first. Let me not speak on it. There we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, let me get off the screen, my fault.
Ya Allah per im sutek per im heru, Ya Allah bemaduti, il hajat shepsis reab to Ali. Amen. And that is to say, Moorish kin in transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice, O Allah, you are my protector, O Allah, you are my guide, O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day, O Allah, through your holy prophet, O Allah, Drew Ali. Amen. Islam, Moorish America. And now we come forth before you with the divine constitution of Moorish America. Act 1. The Grand Sheikh and the chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the prophet and the grand body of Moorish America. The assisting Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs, if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be open and closed promptly, according to the Circle 7 in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all, that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Islam. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish Americans to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slave holders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. Islam. But this is a new era in time now. And all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live in the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you're entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duty.
All right, man. Hold on for a second. Oh my goodness, man. What am I doing? There we go. Let me get this out the way. We're gonna get back to that one in a second. But I wanted to share this one real quick.
Notice he want to have a conversation with the Arab, but he didn't have the decency to reach out to me. Because I guarantee you, he the one told the Arab, when I reached out to that Arab after I heard him do what he did to him, you know, and the Arab act like we was finna meet, but come to it, he booked the meeting, and we never had a chance to conversate, and I believe he told him not to. But I just looked, and this video was made a few months ago, but it came across my radar last night. So he's trying to henpick through our Moorish American government and don't even know what he's talking about. You see what I'm saying? Hold up.
Science Temple of America is empowered to make law and enforce laws.
He trying to show the difference between the Constitution and the Moorish American government and the Moorish Science Temple. Because he upset when he hear the word citizens instead of members. He don't understand Prophet Noble Drew Ali passed this Constitution out as what we call the general laws. The supreme laws, you're no longer a citizen, a member, you're a citizen of your government. You know, you're no longer just a member of the Moorish Science Temple, you are a citizen of your government. You understand? And he don't comprehend that.
With the assistance of the Prophet and the grand body of the Moorish Science Temple of America. The assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. The members of the Moorish Science.
And he think that he's saying something that ain't known. You see, that's the problem that's going on with a lot of these brothers, you know, trying to act like they got a monopoly, you know, over the MST of A, you know, and the Prophet said he gonna leave the European here long enough to teach the Moors how to run a government. We were members under the organization. We citizens under the government. That's called an amendment. You understand? And so they so fanatically trying to be religious and want to be in opposition to where they can't comprehend moving from membership in an organization to citizenship in your own government. You understand? This is the problem that we having with a lot of these people. Honest to the Moors that is in the temple that get it though, because there's a few of them that know what time it is. We just talking about these individuals here. They know how I am. I'm gonna get on your head. You understand?
Temple of America. The members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. I wanted to highlight that, and I repeated it several times because now we're going to go back to that video that I played. And to be honest with you, when I seen this video, it kind of got me frustrated because
it got him frustrated when he seen the video. You seen me, you should have consulted me. If you see this video, Rummy, because I don't know you and you don't know me, you should have consulted me before you went up there and put me on your page. You understand? And you'd have had a better understanding if you wanted understanding. But you say you frustrated because you seen the video. Let's see what he say.
Because of how conniving and slick some of these individuals are.
Conniving and slick because we talking about a Moorish American government. See how they trying to make everything out of conspiracy? We ain't never seen ourselves as being no opposition and rival to the Moorish Science Temple. But for some reason, you got individuals try to put that up there. And that's basically building a straw man argument to try to beat it up. You know, because you trying to sway people's attention in a certain direction. That's what he doing. Ain't now time the Moorish American government say our flag was the flag of the Moorish Science Temple. And now time we say our constitution was the constitution of the Moorish Science Temple. Everything that we come to us from the prophet under Allah's provision. Period. So what are y'all talking about? See, I had let up off of these brothers, you know, in these different organizations. But y'all already know when I turn up, you know, I go to swinging that scimitar and people get hit that don't even deserve to be hit. You understand? Because I did this 15 years before I got on Sarnetta dealing with these Moors. Just like this cat right here. You understand? Want to attack the Moorish Science Temple. That's why me and Lord Abba had conflict. That's why me and Tahaka Bay, they was attacking us and we wasn't even attacking them. I'm the reason why they don't attack the Moorish American government like that no more. But here he is. He want to start something. So I'm going to show him that we finished these demonstrations over here. You want to put me on your channel without my permission, you know, when you could have held a conversation just like you did with that Arab. You gave him the opportunity to go back and forth with you, but you want to get on here talking about you frustrated by something you don't even know. And you know we've been here. Because we've been here before you even came up. I watch you rise through the YouTube ranks. You see? And I actually had a little respect for you. You see, but to attack the Moorish American government, we ain't playing. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said even my mama ain't right. She can't get by.
In their manipulation and using words and teachings of Noble Drew Ali and shifting and changing a few things.
So you basically falsely accusing me now. You don't know what my intent is. You falsely accusing us talking about we being slick. Being slick by what? We ain't hiding. We outside. What are you talking about?
So that it seems like it supports their beliefs or their ideology. And it has caused and it continues to mislead many people. So let me just
mislead them from becoming part of an organization that they tore up, that none of y'all don't even have a link to who the prophet is. Watch this in a minute. I'm gonna show y'all something in a minute, family.
Get this real quick. Let me make sure this is at the right spot.
Promptly, according to the Circle 7 in Love, Truth,
that's too far.
Islam, Islam, Moorish America. And now we come forth before you with the divine constitution of Moorish America. Act 1.
Yeah, see right there. Let me make sure you heard it right.
Islam, Islam, Moorish America. And now we come forth before you with the divine constitution of Moorish America.
The divine constitution of Moorish America. Right off the bat, now he didn't change it and took the divine constitution and bylaws for an organization and changed it and said, now this is a divine constitution for quote unquote Moorish America, to give you the impression that there is some sort of legitimate nation or country or state known as.
Notice what he said. Legitimate nation, country. So you saying you a Moor, but you don't recognize the Moors as being a legitimate nation? Because I ain't met no Moor in the temple that believe that. Ain't a Moor in the Moor sign temple that don't believe that they ain't part of a legitimate nation. You understand? So you Junior, you out your lane when it comes to dealing with this. I hope somebody show it to you and you see it. You need to check in ASAP so we can have this conversation in the proper way. Or stop making videos attacking the government because you don't know what you're talking about.
Moorish America. There is not, but listen carefully.
Act 1. The Grand Sheikh and the chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and
The Grand Sheikh and the chairman of Moorish America. But the divine constitution and bylaws actually says the Grand Sheikh and the chairman of the Moor Science Temple of America, the organization.
It's called unfoldment, young man, from the general laws into the supreme laws. It's the prophet's law, not your law. If we're going to come up under Moorish American government and the prophet say he going to lead the European here long enough to teach the Moors how to run a government, then what law would we have it under other than the divine constitution and bylaws of the prophet? So you talking about you part of the MST of A and you ain't even part of the prophet's MST of A. None of them out there that's claiming they is out there. And see, I try to keep quiet on this type of demonstration right here, you know, because I ruffle some feathers when I go here. Y'all know good and well the prophet's temple, original temple, was dissolved and it was overthrown by those who betrayed him. Stop playing with me.
enforce laws with the assistance of the prophet and the grand body of Moorish America. The assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs, if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America.
And it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The actual divine constitution says members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. That's why I repeated it like that.
And then if you were to ask him what temple he belonged to, he don't even belong to a temple. You see what I'm saying? He don't even belong to an authentic temple. But he out here running his little beat.
And that's why when I listened and I saw this individual and this whole presentation, it really frustrated me, because you look at this and you see these are elders. You know what I mean? These look like some individuals.
This is what really made me want to get at him right here. I was going to let him slide and look over it, but when he attacked my elders, nah, you ain't going to play. As if they don't know who I am. They the one that appointed me. What are you talking about? Watch it.
This could be my grandfather, you know, uncle, auntie, mom, you know what I mean? Older people. And why are all of them co-signing this like this is okay, like this is legitimate?
And he trying to say why they co-signing it as if I'm the government. I'm the one that started the government. The same people you talking about why they co-signed it, that's who the prophet gave the divine wisdom to start it. I support them. And we support each other. It's a solid wall of brass over here, Junior. You better go read and study magistrate and subject. Allah instituted law for the government of the world. That's what the Moorish Holy Quran say.
It's not. It's not okay. It's not cool. On a
He gonna tell my elders what's not okay, what ain't right, what ain't cool. Well, what have you done for the people? Because them elders that's on the front line been on the front line 40 years under the flames of Rome. And you up here coming out your basement running your beak. Because we ain't playing. Anytime you step on this here, the scimitar is hot over here. We don't even play with you. And it ain't got nothing to do with being in opposition to you for being who you are. I'm saying it's disrespectful to go and do a whole hour video on me and not consult me. You know, I understand if you was out there just banging or whatever, and you know, that's what you do or whatever the case may be. But you had the opportunity, and I believe you the one that told that man not to have that meeting with me. But you got my flag behind you. The same flag representing y'all thumbnail with y'all up there. You see? That's a munafiq type of demonstration. That's hypocrisy. And one thing that I don't like to deal with, I always been wanting to call the fake out and the phony out, family. So somebody go get this guy.
On a basic level, in terms,
go tell this guy that the Moorish American government is not part of none of them other groups that he was talking about. Because see, that's what I don't like. You putting us in, you mixing us up with people that we done already denounced publicly. Because they doing the same type of stuff you doing. You see what I'm saying? Go tell this guy, somebody go tell him, go talk to him and tell him that he wrong. I'm talking about the brothers in the temple, whoever be in his circle. Correct him, let him know that he don't know what he talking about.
terms, not I'll say basic, but on a American level, just as far as being a citizen and being in this country and just a basic human being in this country, on that level, it's frustrating because it's these kinds of things that is leading to all of this quote unquote more sovereign citizen activities and people.
You a lie. It ain't nothing in the Moorish American government lead to no sovereign citizen activity. It's individuals like you, and it's individuals like the ones that you was trying to put us in the mix with. And I purposely feel like that you doing this because of Rome. Even the document that he gonna go into, I've been showed the Moorish American government this in the past, where they put documents out there with our flag on it and try to say sovereign citizen movement. You understand? And that ain't even what we demonstrate. They even called the chairman one time with that nonsense, and we demonstrating. Rome know who we is. They know what we demonstrate. They just trying to tie us in with you knuckleheads that's out here with the foo-foo, but we won't let it happen. They done even tried to send some of them up in our ranks to try to make ones get in a situation where they can try to get at them, but we ain't letting it happen. You understand? We know who you is. You know, I'm looking at you like an agent provocateur now, just like Agent Trojan Horse. We're going to call you Agent Abdullah.
People thinking they, they don't have jurisdiction and, disrespecting all sorts of law enforcement. And
see what I'm saying? Now you, again, falsely accusing. When have you ever seen the Moorish American government running around talking about ain't nobody got no jurisdiction over them? When have you seen the Moorish American government and anybody here in this government, the one that we represent, challenging the authority of the United States and going to talking about getting physical? We don't teach like that, bro. So for you to try to assassinate our character that way, that's a low down, dirty way right there. And you got up there and sat with that Arab and had a conversation with him, you clutching your pearls, can't wait to get on, the demonstration and wave it. And that's your business. But you ain't got the decency of talking to a Moorish American Muslim the same way, though. This is what we call mental slavery right here, family. That's what the chairman was talking about. This is exactly what we talking about right here. Look at this.
And government officials, my critiques, all of that aside, it's not cool. But on a deeper level, for me, it's extremely disrespectful because they're using Noble Drew Ali, which
using Noble Drew Ali. Now, mind you, my 17 years since I've been in the Moorish American government, this dude right here wasn't nowhere on the scene but in the last 3, 4, 5 years. He came up on YouTube, and I would see him here and there, going at the MST of 8N. You know what I mean? But now he comes on here with a fez on his head, trying to claim the Moorish identity, but yet try to be in opposition to the Moorish paradigm. Make it make sense. And you got my flag behind you while you up there speaking with an Arab. We can't make this stuff up, family.
Some people may just see it as whoever. Some people see it as a charlatan, whatever. For me personally, I see him as a prophet or as a messenger. So I don't appreciate someone being disrespectful and manipulating his teachings the same way I don't appreciate the way I see certain people manipulate the teachings of Jesus or the teachings of Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Who are you? Who are you to get out here and act like you authority? Now you're trying to bring that Arabized mindset up here into this Moorish demonstration. You see, you need to stay in your lane, brother. Mag love you. We love all our people. But you ain't never spoke to me. I don't know you. You ain't never spoke to none of my officials. This is what caused me and the brother Lord Abbott to go back and forth. Right here, the same thing right here. Attacking something without contacting somebody. So that show where you at. You unjust. Giving apples that are pleasant to the eye, but full of bitterness and gall, like the prophet said. That's what you're doing right now. Rummy.
Upon all the prophets. But I'm getting away from the focus of the video. Again, is there a Moorish American government? No. These people, in this video right here, is just another example of people being fraudulent. You know what I mean? And make claims.
People being fraudulent. These people in this video ain't never talked to now one of us now. But you say the prophet taught you how to love instead of hate, huh? You don't know how many people sitting up there sincere and love the prophet, stand for the prophet. You know how many years the chairman been on the front line fighting for the prophet, been betrayed by dirty Moors, and you up here running your mouth about something you don't even know? That's what I don't respect. It made you feel some type of way. It irked you. And all that foolishness. That showed me that you ain't rooted in the teachings of the prophet right there. We honor all brothers and sisters, no matter who they are, where they come from. You'll never see me go and just pull up a group, of Moors in the temple and say, you know what? I just don't like them. They make me feel some type of, come on, man, that don't even sound right. I never do that. Now, if one come out their mouth sideways, talking about what they don't know about the government, I'm going to come in there and I'm going to teach them. And I ain't going to hold back when I go to giving it to them. I don't be mad. I don't be angry and upset. But if you mess around, and stir up the ethers, I'm going to be on the front line. I always been like that since I've been in the government. Everybody know. Even brothers in the temple know that when you come out your mouth about this government, I'm all the way out there. And that ain't gonna never change.
Claim to honor Noble Drew Ali. You may see him with turbans and fezzes, and you see the flags in the background, and it seems legitimate. I'm telling you, honestly, it's not.
Okay, so what you doing with our flag behind you with that Arab up there then, if it ain't legitimate then? Huh? Answer that question, Rami. What you doing with the Moorish flag behind you up there talking to an Arab and talking down on the Moors? Even the MST of A, because you want to convert to being Sunni. Man, I don't understand. I don't get it from these guys, man. It don't make no sense. We never had no type of run-in with this guy, family. Never talked to this dude or spoke to him. None of that. Never had no conversation. I don't even know this guy. But he got me all up on his channel right here with the nonsense. I really don't care about it. You know, my thing is, if you're going to quote us right, brother. If you're going to speak the truth. And not what you assuming. But I believe what you're doing, I believe somebody sent you.
Please don't be fooled. I'm going to just go a little bit further, and then I'm going to get off of this video.
The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be open and closed promptly, according to the Circle 7 in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh. And on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all.
Again, it says the actual Act 3, the Divine Constitution for the Moorish Science Temple of America, it says love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. And no member is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. But to be honest, I don't even want to play any more of that video because it's a bit frustrating. What I did want to do,
He frustrating because he heard us say citizens instead of members. Come on now, make it make sense. That's why I'm telling you, he trying to find a point of contention. For some reason, people love to try to find a point of contention just to make noise. You understand? Me personally, I'm looking at his views and to have 20.7 subscribers, 20.7K subscribers, and only have 500 views on this video, it say a lot. So it seems like to me you're in desperation or something. I ain't got the amount of viewers that you got. You understand? But you out here trying to attack the Moorish American government for what? Ain't never talked to us, ain't never spoke to you, ain't nobody in the government ever attack you. And you out here false flagging. Make it make sense, Rami. Agent Abdullah.
real quickly before I get up out of here, is highlight and show. Yeah, just to be thorough, just, you know, because I'm covering this particular topic, and I don't see anybody trying to argue that there is such thing as a Moorish American government, and I'm grateful, because I wasn't trying to hear no nonsense this morning. I just wanted to show this website, not to promote it, but honestly just to show the ridiculousness. I don't even understand, but I ended up clicking. What did I click? the Moorish American Government Department proposal. And just an example. It's kind of tough to see that, huh? Let me get myself off the screen.
Watch this, family. Watch this. Watch this.
I just want you to well, I mean, because you can see it a little bit. Yeah, cool. This, I guess, is supposed to be some type of governmental proposal, and they have a list of places and numbers. Washington, Oregon consulates, 5 million. Virginia consulates, 3 of them, 20 million. Canadian consulate, 5 million. Moorish Virgin Islands, 4 million. Egyptian Embassy, 4 million. Cuba and Atlantic Islands, 10 million. And all of it totals to this total of $238,500,000. Now, I don't even understand how they came up with these numbers. What is this for? Who are you? And this is supposed to be the government website. Like,
he don't know what he looking at.
I'm doing my best to be respectful, but it's just like, come on, man.
Look at this.
Department of Law, Defense,
he don't even know what. He don't even know what.
Oh yeah,
he don't even know what proposed budgets look like. Come on, man, because he's thinking on an organizational level. This is what religion and organizations do to you, family. It make you stuck on stupid. You know, this is straight ignorance here, and he making himself look even more ignorant by coming up in here trying to say anything about what he see up here without consulting the people that created it. I'm the one that made the website for the government. You understand?
Yeah, this I seen this here. Yeah. No, let me. Oh, let me find the one. I think this was it. Is it this one? No. Yeah, no. It's all ridiculous, basically. But it was one that I seen that I was just like, come on, man, what are we doing? What is going on?
You know why you don't understand none of that, Rummy? Because you don't have these type of departments in an organization or religion. You can't demonstrate this stuff as a religion. You can't demonstrate as a government departments of economics, trade and commerce, and law and defense, herbs, health and healing, or you can't demonstrate that. Because they'll shut a 501c3 down if they get up in there running their beak, trying to talk on a governmental level. That's you if you want to be a citizen under somebody else's jurisdiction. If that's so, then do that. We ain't trying to force you to be nothing other than that. But keep mag out of your mouth because you don't know what you're talking about. Junior.
Was it Education and Truth? Yeah, I think this would. Yeah, I was just like, yeah, yes, exactly. This is what it was right here. And then I'm gonna get on out of here. Well, actually, I'm gonna show one more document and get on out of here. But I seen this, the Department of Education and Truth, and I'm like, all right, Moorish Adult Education Basics, English, Reading, Mathematics, and Trades, $25 million. What does that even mean? Moorish Children Education schools, elementary, middle, and high schools, and universities. And it $200 million. How is this allocated? Where is this money coming from? What is the actual plan? How did you come up with this number?
So, you know, I mean, basically he reiterating the same thing here. It ain't really no need to waste more time going over this nonsense. But, you know, what I'm saying, family, is people got to stop doing this, man. This is ridiculous. You know what I mean? He couldn't even get the premise of his argument together while he was in opposition to the government. You know, he definitely ain't in the lodge, but I feel like he was sent by somebody. You know what I mean? I feel like one of them put him up on it. You know, if he is, he definitely ain't doing a good job of trying to demonstrate like a lodgeman. You know, so like it's just crazy, man, to see like people. Me, I just ain't never been the type of person that where I just dislike somebody for the sake of just disliking them, family. I can't do that. I ain't built like that. I always been somebody that congratulate. When I see somebody trying to do something, I encourage them to keep doing what they're doing. You know, I salute them. That's just the way I move. So I don't understand these people that come out here and create, you know, these contentions for the sake of doing it. It's only one reason you're doing that on somebody you don't know, especially when you ain't really got nothing to argue on anyway. See what I'm saying? There you go, right there. And E. Braswell Bay, that's probably what it is. He done heard me go in, you know, by E. Braswell Bay. I'm going to show y'all something real quick, family. I'm finna do this right here. You know, I got to do it. I wasn't going to do this here, but I'm going to go ahead and go in and let it be known. So we can stop this nonsense right now. You know, we're gonna go ahead and do this right here, right now. I'm gonna show y'all something. And y'all can take it for what it's worth right here. I'm gonna show y'all something. I want to give honors to my Grand Mufti too. You know, because I know he gonna put them hot. He gonna put that fire on him too. Let me show y'all something, people. Okay, so this is what you do, right? Any business, see this say the office of the Illinois Secretary of State, right? There are those who out there who are trying to teach our people that the Moorish Science Temple is a government, right? And he will be one of the ones part of that same type of demonstration. Watch this. Watch this now. I'm finna show y'all something. I'm gonna teach y'all about playing with me. I done did this before, but we're gonna do it again. Just give me 1 second right here. Here it go right here. Now watch this. Business name. It's still in there from the memory. Now I'm finna show y'all something for the people that been trying to act like they got all this authority. And you know, thanks to your brother Ron, I told y'all to leave us alone over here. We're going to put it out here again. We already done did it. Now, let's find the oldest document up here, right? That's dealing with the Moorish Science Temple. Now, we got to remember, Prophet Noble Drew Ali only established 15 Moorish Science Temples himself on the record. Everybody else founded them after him. So ask yourself, why is it 3 and 4 or 5 temple number ones? And now one of them is part of the original temple number 1 that Prophet Noble Drew Ali established under his address. This particular temple was found in what that is? Yeah, November 29, the day of the 29th day. It says here 1926, according to this, right? This is what it say right here, right? Now look, you see who name is on this? It say Vincent Bell Bay, right? It don't say Prophet Noble Drew Ali. There's no Vincent Bell Bay on the address dealing with the Prophet's temple, the one that he founded. Let me show you where the Prophet Noble Drew Ali temple was founded at. See, I told y'all to stop playing with me. Y'all gonna leave Moorish American government alone. And I give honors to my brothers that's trying to rebuild what the Prophet brought. We ain't coming at you, but we got to expose these fools so they can humble themselves and stop trying to act like they got a monopoly over what the Prophet brought. You know, because you ain't got no authority to tell nobody nothing. You don't even come from the prophet's original temple. Let's see it right here. You know what? I can actually go right here. And I actually have a copy of it right here. As a matter of fact, already up here. Let me scroll through my pictures real quick. I'm going to do it with my hands so it don't lock up on me. And they try to kick me off of here because sometimes when I get in here, they try to close this demonstration down. I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about because I got a clear copy up in here. And I had put it in here for the same reason before. You know, because we're going to make it plain. You know, since y'all want to talk about ain't no government on the manifest, lying to the people. Yeah, we bite, family. Y'all already know when we get to heating up. Y'all already know how it go. We'll just go about it the other way. I do it this way. That way they can't try to get me on that end right there. And we'll be coming to a close in a little bit, but we got to show our people this here. They got to see this here. That way we can close his mouth. You know, with that nonsense. Every time we get to exposing these people, I notice Rome shut my little demonstration down. Okay. Here we go, right here. Yes, sir. Look like we got a good copy in here too. It's still kind of distorted right there. I'm gonna try another one. Let's see. See if that one is on. I'm gonna blur them out. I see. Let's see. Okay. All right, here we go. Right here. Yes, sir. There we go. I got exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, it shut me down. Can you hear me, brother? Yeah, I'm finna share it right now. I was just trying to look for my document, before I shared it. That way it'll be already up here. So when I share it, hopefully they don't try to shut it down. Okay, so here we go, family. This is what I'm trying to show y'all. Do you see the address? Chicago, Illinois, Unity Hall, 3140 Indiana Avenue. That's the Prophet government. I mean, the Prophet's MST of A Temple Avenue. Well, that's the address to it. But when you come up here, this is supposed to be founded in 1926, they say, right? They call this, they saying this, they trying to claim the basically one of the organizations, which is the Moorish Holy Temple of Science. They trying to claim it, but really, this was founded, in a recent time, a more recent time, so to speak. And this ain't the same address as the Prophet. So guess what? That means that this temple that was founded here, the Prophet's signature is not on that charter because it was created after him. This Rockford Ave is not the same one that's held up here as the temple number one that was here. And nor a lot of these other temples of Newark, that this one say, Springfield Avenue and all these addresses here. None of these temples out here that's in these places now today are the ones that have the same signature from the Prophet on it. Because they allowed the Prophet's temples to be dissolved, family. And then came in with a remix. Everybody that's in the knowing know this. This is not an attack. This is just telling the truth. Now, this particular temple here in Baltimore, Temple 13, by our Cook Bay. This particular temple is the one that my chairman, come up through under the Prince of Peace. You see? And my chairman was told to stand upon the charter of this particular temple, just like the Prophet stood upon it. You see what I'm saying? So the chairman actually, when he left the temple, he could have been grand governor or whoever he wanted to be if he wanted to. Because he has the original paperwork connected to this particular original temple. Now, it's a new Temple 13 now. Still claiming to be that in Baltimore, but it's not the same original temple. They got 13A and 13B is what they call it. But they started looking at Temple 13 in Baltimore as the Grand Major Temple. You understand? Because it was still chartered. The charter they had the signature of the Prophet on it coming from I Cook Bay and G Cook Bay, being over it. And so my chairman was basically, the Cook Bays was his adept instructors. You see what I'm saying? He literally would walk with these people. You understand? But a lot of these other dudes that's establishing these temples out here that's acting like they so high and mighty, they can't say that they are connected to any one of these temples right here. And this is why I say they got to be humble and stop acting like you under what the Prophet founded. Stop playing. I'm trying to get back to the actual first page because I want to go through another. Hold up, let's see if it'll take us through that. It's trying to get me to do a form resubmission, so I just go through the original page. because it's more that I want to show you here. Now that's just one of them, right? That's one temple. Now we can see this guy Vincent Bell Bay. He been renewing this right here all the time. It say active, right? Now let's look at one of the oldest dates on here. You know, outside of that, that's actually going back before. Let's see this other measure that this guy just updated and claimed this date. Because technically this here is not matching none of these temples right here. This right here, for example, this is Illinois too. This is from 1997, but it goes all the way back to 1977. You see what I'm saying? This is 3810 Wabash Avenue, right? However, looking at all of this right here, it's dissolved, right? This is a whole nother temple. It's dissolved. Now look at how many other temples down here are dissolved. Here's another one that was founded right here. They call it themselves Moorish American Inc. Sovereign, right? They active, right? Look at when their date came about, 2021. Nothing against these brothers. Look at the address, Freddie Ali Green, 3639 Pine Grove, Chicago, Illinois. See, so none of these are the temple that Prophet Noble Drew Ali founded on his paperwork. Because none of these names here have the name that the Prophet's affidavit have on. And this is just this page. Look at them. Dissolved. You know, some of them active here and there, but they still ain't coming from the time of the Prophet. Some of these temples were just created. So now one of them up here can say they have a monopoly over the Prophet. This good brother here that just passed for him, Clifford Jackson Bay, and my chairman was very close. So I got reflections with them together. They the ones that put the headstone on the Prophet grave. But this is when he actually started his particular measure. Look at what he called it. Moorish Science Temple of America Subordinate Temple, number 1. That means that this was supposed to be the Grand Major Temple. Unfortunately, this is on 8700 in Marquette in Chicago. You know, our brother Clifford Jackson Bay, this is not the original MST of the Prophet either. And he was a frontline soldier with the chairman back in the day. You understand? Nothing against him. I'm just showing you, family. And if you come down here and you hit officers, it don't have them here. Let's see if it's an old corporation name. There's no old corporation name here. You understand? Now one of these is a government, though. You see, we don't say that to attack ones. We're not saying that to attack them. We even got more up here say Moorish American Mobile Car Wash. Moorish Science Temple of America. They got car wash temple. You know, so like we can go on and on. You see a lot of them dissolve, a lot of them, you know, and I went through this years ago. You know, for the people out there that's trying to act like they're high and mighty. None of them are linked to the Prophet's temple. Like I say, I don't say that to attack them. I'm just saying, telling the truth. None of them are linked to now one of these temples, especially this one right here. Ones may claim that, or we have ones may be sincere about doing the work and trying to rebuild what the Prophet brought. But family, they allowed that to be dissolved a long time ago. You see? So let's stop the plan up here. If he trying to defend Braswell Bay, you know, we didn't see E-Rap. Let me see. Where his temple at up here on the paper, because it should be there too under the state of Illinois. E. Braswell Bay name should be up here somewhere. Where is that? It ain't up here. It ain't up here. So he ain't even registered. You know, and probably because of that little beef they had with each other. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know what's going on. That ain't my business. I'm not a member of the MST of A. You know, but the prophet, you know, had a whole bunch of different measures. See, then they set this stuff up in 1934 under the rules and regulations under the Kirkman Bay. This the one who started the remix. You understand? They went up under the rules and regulations and started following Robert's rules of order. I'm gonna show it to you right here. What Robert rules of order look like. This is what they went up under right here. So I said this, I created this collage with this up here to make it plain. Which book did the prophet say the MST of A derived this power and authority from? Let's go to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, or the MST of A, our authority. I just say Prophet Noble Drew Ali, our authority. All they got to do is keep their mouth closed and stop playing with me. Stop sending their little agent provocateurs out here to play and toy around. This Moorish American government ain't nothing to be played with. You know, you're going to get ground to powder with this information that we putting out here. Respect Mag, and Mag will respect you. So this is the original affidavit right here. You see this, family? You see, 1928. So anybody talking about some 1929 don't know what they, 26, don't know what they talking about anyway. And all the people whose name was on this affidavit right here, which is the only one connected to the Prophet's Temple, the last, do solemnly swear to me the members of Noble Drew Ali, Millie Ill, Small Bay, Lovett Bay, and Foreman Bay, and they end up going against these people. Some of them was involved, but Millie Ill, who was the chosen sheep, the Moors went against the prophet. Decision, basically. They went against this. And when they went against this, they chose this. Robert's Rule of Order. And that's why you seen me show that to you a few minutes ago. This is what they started going on in 1934 on the Kirkman Bay. This guy. But if the prophet say our authority, which book he say he derived it from? What power and authority? Where did he derive it from? The Moorish Science Temple of America deriving its power and authority from the great Quran of Muhammad to propagate the faith and extend the learning the truth of the great prophet of Ali in America. So if he said that he derived the power and authority from the great Quran of Muhammad, then why are the Moors governing themselves by Robert's Rules of Order? Or those who like to quote Hurd statutes, ecclesiastical law, which is basically Roman law. This does not govern, neither one of these laws govern the Moors. Now, people believe that under certain bodies, that's what they believe. You understand? But we know better. This is the law that govern the Moors. Right here. This is what the prophet said. And what somebody did, I'm going to show you what they did. They went over here to the bottom of this and thinking that the prophet was the one authorized it. I keep telling them this was the actual person that was the notary public. And this was cited in the document, Hurd's Revised Statute, chapter 32 and 36, which deals with the authorization of religious corporation. That's all it is. That's all it is, family. And this is not something that make you no nation or no government. They created Hurd's to keep people. I did the research on it. Hurd's was created because they was afraid that if they gave certain people certain authority, they would be able to act as if they was a government. So they created Hurd's to stop that. And for those who think that you can be a government based off Hurd's statute, you can't, because this document was filed in the state of Illinois under Cook County, which means they are subject to the state of Illinois. That means the religious affidavit is under the state of Illinois. So it's not a government, people. Even the charter, it's not a federal charter. Native Americans have federal charters and they still subject to the United States. So if you're going to say you're part of the MST of A, then you saying you're a citizen of the United States. But don't say you part of the MST of A and act like you a government. Or better yet, don't get up here like this guy talking and ain't got nothing to stand upon, because I wouldn't have to bring this stuff out here and do this. So next time y'all see somebody that running their mouth talking about the Moorish American government ain't the Moorish American government, you see what it is. And this type of stuff make people hate me now. People that's in the temple, because in their eye, they think I'm trying to tear down the MST of A. That's not what I'm doing. Because the Prophet's Moorish Science Temple ain't on the manifest now. That's the temple I honor. I respect everybody else and whatever it is they done, but make no mistake about it. When you come for us trying to act like you authority, and I know for a fact that you ain't even attached to the Prophet's temple, man, you better stop playing with us. And I ain't the only one swinging this scimitar. He got some more heat coming at it. You understand? And it ain't got nothing to do with hatred or opposition. It's teaching him. He don't want to learn the easy way, so we're going to teach him the hard way. You know, so stop playing, people. You know, quit it. You know, stop making these outlandish claims and trying to be so much in opposition to man. Because man is not here trying to overthrow y'all in no temple. We ain't even thinking about the MST of A. You understand? We ain't trying to overthrow we ain't even thinking about the MST. We letting the MST of A be the MST of A. We the Moorish American government. The flag that we have represent the Moorish American government. We never taught that the flag of the Moorish American government is the flag of the Moorish Science Temple, family. Never have we taught that. But they keep trying to assert themselves up in there on a straw man argument and trying to make it like we attacking the temple. That demarcated thought pattern, man. It's 2023, finna be 2024. Stop it. And had y'all been silent and been quiet and not been messing with us, Brother Commission wouldn't even found that stuff. And I don't even be looking for it. Sometimes I feel like the Prophet just be giving me the information, like expose them, son. Because I don't even be looking for this stuff. It pops up. Even when I deal with them other brothers on like Reggie and all them, I don't be looking for that information, digging for it. Everything y'all seen that I have to bite what I say in my premise, I don't be digging for it like that. It pops up. That's how the Most High always developed and dealt with me, though. You know, anytime I was looking for something, he always guided me to it. But in some cases, it was something I might have been looking for, and he didn't guide me directly. It's almost like it fell out of the ethers. Because in a million years, with all the cap that they was doing out there, I wouldn't have thought. I can go and show you some of the conversations. They still there in my history that I done had with different people, you know, throughout the years, all the way back to 2012. I can go and show this stuff to you, you know. But anyway, y'all got it, family. You know, what is the duty of a prophet? Well, only free people know that right there. A slave had no idea what the duty of a prophet is. Save his people from the wrath of Allah. A lot of these other people love wrath. You know, you got this one out here talking about, oh, hey, this is going to jail. Ain't nobody going nowhere, because ain't nobody did nothing to no Romans, and it ain't no crime to demonstrate self-determination. Only slaves think like that. You got too much fear in you. Commission the type of brother go up there and run the whole history, you know, down on these Romans on the stand and tell them that they came out of the Caucasus Mountain dragging their knuckles. That's how bold I am, because I don't fear man. You understand? They'll take me about that demonstration for obstruction. You know, I ain't the one to be played with, family. When it comes to this information, I ain't backing down for nobody. I don't fear man. and what man can do. That's the difference between me and many of those. I'm sorry, the Most High just didn't make me like that. You know, but it's all love, family. We here to teach the people to love instead of hate. It's just, he said it frustrate him. It don't frustrate me. I'm trying to help you so the wrath don't come at you. But when you're messing with this up here, ain't nothing but some divine behind whooping coming. And I ain't got nothing to do with it. It's the Most High. You understand? So just teach, Brother Rummy. Teach who you gonna teach. But stop using our flag and our ensigns now. Don't do that. When you know you don't respect it and you don't know about it. You couldn't even defend it if somebody asked you to. Don't misrepresent. That is called fakery. That's what's called fraudulent. And that's one thing I don't play by. Anybody that know me know I do not play by playing with this Moorish American flag. You supposed to defend your flag with your honor. You understand? We don't play by the flag. Stop false flagging. You know, if you want to be an Arab, go over there and be one. If you want to go into Sunniism, go on over there and be one. But stop it with the nonsense, brother. I hope somebody get this to you. You know, and I'm going to leave it right there. I ain't going to go, you know, no further than that right there. I said what I need to say, but you shouldn't have put me in no video up there trying to demonstrate in the midst of some people that I done already checked about demonstrating bogus. And you're going to put me up there with them, trying to put me in a little group, you know, and put the government in the group and disrespect my elders. You done lost your mind. And you're behind too. So at this time, what I'm going to do, because I'm getting ready to shut this demonstration down, and I'm going to pass this demonstration in here. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, family. Wahhabism. Wahhabism. I'm dropping the link for anybody that want to get up here. You know, you can come in here as long as you're respectful. I ain't going to kick you off, even if you disagree. But you just got to be willing to be able to stand the heat if you come up in here with that nonsense. You know, but everybody welcome though. So anybody that would like to come in here and comment, you know, on what it is that's been demonstrated earlier, dealing with what we was talking about, what is the duty of a prophet, or if you want to come in here and address, you know, what we were just going through, you know, all is well. If not, I'm gonna shut this demonstration down and get some shut eye. I want to give honors to our family too, out here again. Let me see what they were saying. We can address some of our family, give somebody a chance to get in here if they want to. Let's see what our families think about this here, because their opinion matter more than anything. You know, they'll tell me when there's some fakery and some buffoonery going on. That's what I love about this, you know, particular body of individuals right here in this chat. Oh yeah, he already converted, Born Dog, if you ask me. You know, he said, when this is done, tell us how he should have answered. Yeah, I mean, for one, he didn't know how to answer. And the way that he should have answered, you know, if you going up there having a conversation with somebody, you should be going up there to show them what Prophet Noble Drew Ali was demonstrating. You done went up there and this man done took you off your whole pivot. You run around talking about how the teachings ain't exactly right and you need the whole truth. You see? This is foolishness. Let's see. Our family say he's not a real Arab, so what makes you think he gonna tell you the truth? That's real talk. He speaks in a condescending way. He does, Sister Cena Renee. He does. He speaks in a definitely and he couldn't even see it. He wore fez up there to mock him. You know what I mean? He wore that fez to mock him. That's right. It's a such thing as negative attention. I agree. That's right. Why is he being an antagonist? Because that's what they do. You know, that's exactly what they do. I don't even know these people and they be coming out here with this nonsense and no. That's why I said the same thing about Taco Bay. I didn't know him like that. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's obvious that certain people, you know, are sending these guys. You see? Our family said the International Asiatic Moorish Hip Hop channel. What is that? I ain't never been on that, family. I ain't never seen it. You know, I guess it's a group of Moors that's out here, you know, doing their thing with the music. I'm gonna go check it out, creator of the Boundless Universe, being that you set it up there. Rami is promoting and directing people. We read this earlier, to eat Braswell Bay. And he has been trying to ask every group of Moors where the Supreme Grand Council is. I remember this. This is what I remember him talking about. Who the members of it is. He has the Book of Fire. I know he got it. I know he got it. A lot of them got the Book of Fire. And they be using it too. Information out of it. They be using information out of the Book of Fire trying to promote their agenda and then trying to tear the government down. That's why I said I got a post on my Facebook page where I say shots out to those who denounce me publicly, you know, and use my information privately. You feel me? Because I picked up on that. Our brother Noble Bryan always be on point because of the corruption of Western Freemasons within the ranks. He read it to his audience and then said he doesn't believe that. And that hasn't been verified. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Ignorance. Let's see here. Oh, brother, I wish I would have seen that, brother Noble Bryan. Is that recorded anywhere? Where you made him pull it out? Like, is it a video up for that where he read it to his audience? If so, you know, get that to us so I can check it out. So you told him and he got mad. I can only imagine it. I ain't the only one on his head right now. Yeah, he gonna learn. If he ain't learned, he gonna learn. Yeah, that's who that was. Ram Salam El. He didn't get that many views on it to have so many people following him. So I don't know. Maybe he out for desperation. He seen Brother Commission out here, you know, and he wanted to make an attack or something. I don't know why these dudes be coming up out of woodworks like this, but it is what it is. We're gonna keep bringing the truth. You know what I mean? Numerous foes will stand upon man on the plane of soul. You know, but the prophet said it like this: they can't win. We're gonna keep bringing this truth on the manifest. And all is well. But I had to bring that to y'all just in case it come across y'all desk anytime you already see it. So I see y'all already on this guy. I ain't even have to put in the work. You know, so that's what it is, family. We're going to keep exposing the nonsense because we got to remove that dirt. But they trying to put that dirt over the tombstone. You know what I mean? They trying to do it, family. They trying to do it. But y'all be sure to tune in this coming Sunday if y'all want to be familiar with the Arabic. You want to learn it. You know, we're going to be definitely going into that. You know, we try to give our people the teaching portion at a time. That way they can digest it. You know, and that's why a lot of time we go, you know, with extra emphasis on things. That's why we extend the time period sometime because want to really make sure that our people got a thorough understanding of where we coming from when we set these measures out here. Not one time do we just set stuff out here and we don't show you sources. That's something they can never lie to y'all about and say we don't show y'all the information that you can go to and verify what it is that we saying on all levels and every degree of unfoldment. So yeah, so at this time, you know what I'm gonna do. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and shut this demonstration down, and we're gonna definitely come back tomorrow. But we're gonna keep this constant and take our people to deeper degrees of unfoldment. So I'm gonna get us a trike real quick, and we're gonna pull up out of here.
I'm a stepper, I'm a slider, I'm all in. For my people, I'm a rider, I'm all in. I'm done a period provider until the end. And I put it on my family ties, I'm destined to win. I'm a stepper, I'm a slider, I'm all in. For my people, I'm a rider, I'm all in. I'm done a period provider until the end. And I put it on my family ties, I'm destined to win. Generational wealth, it brings freedom or death. But this is holy breath, so I'm freeing myself. I got knowledge of self and a hell of a breath. Keep a positive vibe, strategic when I step. You went against the grain and you slandered my name. Betrayed our sacred trust and brought us both shame. I'm talking pure pain. How could you envy me? I was my brother's keeper. How could you do this me? I heard your solid hits and all that sneak dissing. This is God's plan. You plotted but you missed me. So as I unfold, witness my success. I'm a phoenix in flight, fearless in the face of death. So while I'm still here, I'm applying pressure. I know these devils jealous and my enemies are zealous. I keep my head on the swivel even though I'm really careless. This scimitar's for the beast, so don't get beheaded. I'm a stepper, I'm a slider, I'm all in. For my people, I'm a rider, I'm all in. I'm done a period provider until the end. And I put it on my family ties, I'm destined to win. I'm a stepper, I'm a slider, I'm all in. For my people, I'm a rider, I'm all in. I'm done a period provider until the end. And I put it on my family ties, I'm destined to win. Whatever happened to the love we open enemies? My only vision of unity is vivid memories. I used to fear that the struggle was the bond that made us brothers. Why must we fight on each other? In the end, we all suffer. Crabs in the trap, falling by climbing, reaching for freedom. But our future seeds are dying young as a shortage of leaders. I just buried my comrade, and he used to serve the people. Then I watched the people betray him and justify the evil. Even though the angels are present, demons are in the sky. They contemplating on my demise, and this I can't deny. My ministry of death is immortal love divine. The infinite will of Allah in the seventh of the time. Last of a dying breed, but I'm willing to sacrifice. Yeah, these are trying times of affliction, many stripes. Every passion of my life is to be a living legend and lead my people to liberation, cause I was destined.
Islamism without the schism, family. Y'all already know we gonna return. I mean everything I said in that song right there, though. You know what I mean? We destined to win, family. You know, and may our brother, my good brother Solo Amin Ra, who I was mentioning in the second verse, continue to rise in power, man. You know, that was one of our young Moorish warriors right there, man. Unfortunately, he let ones into his intimacy, you know, and you know, he ended up transitioning as a result of that. I miss that young brother. But you know, everything that I say, you know, is real. You know, so we on the front line for the people, and that's what we gonna do. We gonna keep bringing our people this truth, and we love you, family. You know, y'all be sure to get that book of fire, you know, the exhuming of a nation. Remember, 434-676-1555. Get your copy autographed. You know, the chairman is one of the last adepts living Right now, one who actually took care of the wives of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The one who, same one that I told y'all brought this colored photo that you see right here on the screen. You know, because all the other pictures, black and white, was the way they originally was until the Prince of Peace, his teacher, that was made an adept by the Prophet, gave him these colors. You know, that's how long the chairman been on the battlefield. Took care of both of the Prophet's wives, Sister Pearl Drew Ali and Sister Christina Price Bay. Even though some people say she really wasn't a wife. But, you know, he took care of both of them goddesses, you know, in their ancient of days, so to speak. You know, so our chairman been on the front line for real. And all of those were made adepts by the Prophet, and all of those were his teachers. And that's why you see that level of information coming from the Book of Fire. You know, we got to honor our ancestors just like they honor Dr. Ben and Sheikh Anta Diop. The chairman is to be honored the same way, man. He history. Still here with us, strong and healthy. You know, but you got people up here want to try to disrespect what they done did, man. You know, you never remove the landmarks of your founding fathers. With that being said, family, we're going to check out. You know, we stand upon the shoulders of all of those who came before us. Without them, it can be no me. You see, we recognize that. We honor the elders and we stand on the Ma'atic law, the 42 laws, and everything they represent. It's all love, but we will swing that scimitar, though. We will swing that scimitar, though. So, Uncle Jet Sanel, peace, love, and light to your family. Life, health, and prosperity be upon you. Shemotepu. The peace of the ancestors I offer you. Islamism without the schism. That's Aliism. Peace.